We'll do it live.
Do it live.
Gonna do it live. Happy pre-Thanksgiving Tuesday. My family's starting to roll into town. We're getting more tomorrow. And then Thursday's going to be the big party. So this year's going to be huge. It's going to be like 35 people, I think. A lot for us.
A lot of people.
It's a lot. Yeah, we usually
in that house.
we're usually between 25 and like 29. Which is a great number, you know, it's awesome. And like the more the merrier. We're always happy to everybody who comes, we always want to see them. So this year my brother's family is showing up, and then we've got my in-laws coming. It's like it's great, you know. So we got a bunch of extra people. But it's always fun to have the big group. And some of these people I don't see more than once a year, you know, so it's fun. All right, we got people coming in. The Executioner, Verso, Belted Glint 16. Hey there, how's it going? Selena Feline, Dream Builder. All right, welcome. Main Engine. So, son, I have an idea today. I want to get the wheel up right now.
Right now.
Right now.
Hot and ready. Well, I've got to get it ready then.
Yeah, that's why I'm telling you. I want to get the wheel ready right now. So we started our stream on time today, which never happens. And I want to reward the people who are here waiting and ready to go. So it is 12:02. At 12:05, I want to spin that wheel. So let's get it set up.
All right. Well, everybody knows the deal. Even if you don't, go ahead and in our Discord community, you want to go ahead and go to the Wheel of Takeover and just react to my message, and that will enter you in.
Yeah, that's all you need to do. If you are not a member of the Discord, you need to join the Discord. And then you're going to be locked out of chat for 10 minutes. That's just an anti-spam thing that we do. So sorry for that. You won't be able to get in on the first drawing, but you can get set up for the second drawing. We're going to try to do at least 3 today. See if we can get through at least 3 takeovers. And then what else did I want to mention? Oh, let's like the stream. Let's get that going right away. Let's get this stream out there. Because it is a different time. We're doing 2 hours earlier than normal. Mayhem Monkey, welcome. Richie, Cancun, good to see you. Trevor, Oars, Great Danes in the house. Shooter 90 is here. Sabik, Mahai, good to see everybody. Main Engine, Ian Goldwyn, Suzanne Johansson. Lots of familiar faces. A couple of new names. It's always good to see new names. All right. 12:03, 2 minutes to go. Get in there and get your reaction. By the way, don't forget to have your email, like address associated with your account ready and your password so that you can send me the information and we don't slow down the stream. We can just jump in it, help you out, and then keep it moving. I'm trying to get faster at this. I want to get more people takeovers, and you know, I get caught up in stuff. So sometimes a takeover can take 90 minutes or even 2 hours every once in a while. And I want to be able to churn through these. I would love to, in a 4-hour stream, get to 4 takeovers. That would be awesome. But usually it's 3 or sometimes 2. Kashir, Hype made it this time live. Nice. Good to see you.
It's another beautiful day for takeovers.
Koi Dragon in the house. Smack that like button. Who's Koi Dragon? Is that you? Robert Lineker is here. Good evening, afternoon, morning, whatever your time zone is. It is just noon here, just afternoon, and it is now 12:05. So I'm giving everybody 30 seconds because there's a little bit of delay on the stream. 30 seconds to get in there and get a reaction, and we're going to fire this first one off. So get to that wheel of takeover, react to it. We've got 12 people. There are 29 in the stream right now. There we go. We got, whoa, we had a reaction taken away. If you clicked it too many times, I don't know. Can you remove a reaction? Somebody might have removed a reaction.
You can click on it and remove a reaction, yeah.
Don't accidentally remove your reaction. You can, by the way, you can click on more than one reaction. That's fine. You won't be entered more than once, but it's totally fine to make sure that you you've clicked on more than one reaction, you can create your own new reaction. That's also fine. So it doesn't just have to be a thumbs up. It could be whatever. But all right, let's pull it. Let's go ahead and spin. We've got 20 people. That's enough. Let's go ahead. Run it. Here we go. What did we end up with? 21. We ended up with 21 people.
In less than 5 minutes. People are hot and ready today. Ready to go.
1 a.m. there, Maine. And the winner is
Night Flyer 79.
Night Flyer 79. Happy 44th birthday.
Happy birthday.
Well, I don't know if it's a birthday. I'm just assuming they were born in 1979.
Let's say it. Somebody say it was their birthday.
Is it somebody's birthday today?
Oh, no. But they said it.
That's how
I was following your lead.
That's how viral rumors start. Somebody says something, somebody else misinterprets it, then they go back and forth. They're like, wait, it's somebody's birthday? It's like, yeah, it's somebody's birthday. It's like, I didn't know it's somebody's birthday.
And now you can't be wrong, so you got to double down.
right, exactly.
It's definitely somebody's birthday, and I'm going to find them.
All right, Night Flyer 79, whoever that happens to be, you want to send me a DM in the Discord with your account information so I can log in and get going. Let's go ahead and do one more. I'm going to do a couple of battles here to make sure I don't start wasting my passive energy. Let's do that. So hopefully I'll get the information soon and we can get moving. But in the meantime, I may as well play my account. Matt Turcato says my birthday is Saturday. Congrats. Happy birthday. Happy early birthday. Who is Night Flyer, by the way?
It is also Night Flyer 79 in the Discord. Well, yeah, it should be. I think they're in the YouTube as well. Maybe not.
Yeah, Matt. You can tell everybody how old you're going to be if you want. You don't have to. I'm going to guess you are 38. That's completely random. I have no idea how old you are.
He's 22 looking at you like
38? No way. Are you just messing with me? No, I didn't see it. I said it first and then I saw it. That's just funny. All I did was pick a number somewhere near the middle of my viewers' age ranges. I was just like, maybe 38. That was funny. Burso, main engine, thank you. That's great. I appreciate that. Son, have you been in contact?
Doing so right now.
You're in the meaty part of my viewership in terms of age range. So the youngest is it's the 13 to 19 or whatever age range it is, and then above that, there's a 65 plus all the way at the top. But my biggest decades are the 30s and the 40s. And then the 50s is actually pretty substantial as well. So a lot of old school gamers like me watch my channel, which makes complete sense. Why wouldn't you watch somebody who feels like they can talk your language, right? So I'm sorry, son. No contact yet?
Not yet. Sent him a message, but haven't heard back.
Okay, so it's possible somebody got in, reacted, and then took off for some reason, despite the fact that I said we were going to go right away. So we're going to give them 2 more minutes, and then we're going to repull. Unfortunately, I was trying to reward all the people who showed up early, but now there are obviously going to be more people in the stream. That's fine. It's still fairly early in the stream. Early birthday present as a takeover, says Matt. That would be nice. That'd be very nice. That would literally be a birthday present that everybody in the channel was, or everybody in the stream was giving you simultaneously, though, right? Not just me. Thank TRL. I see your comments all the time in the videos, so thank you for that. Comments are very useful. Rubenand, hello, welcome. Consta, good to see you. One more minute, and then we're going to respin here. So, Night Flyer 79, if you are in the sound of my voice, you want to make sure that you send me or Son a DM in the next 60 seconds, or we're going to move on. I'm sorry for that, but can't lock down the stream for 10 minutes when people are hoping for takeovers. Yeah, that's really unfortunate, because he's probably gonna come back like 5 minutes after we give it away, and he's gonna be upset, And I don't know. I'm sorry, like that's unfortunate, but I said I was spinning right away. It's strange to me that somebody would react to the wheel and then walk away, or maybe his computer crashed. I don't know. Maybe he's on a phone. I have no idea.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen Knight around in the Discord, and it shows him as online. I'm not sure.
Not sure what happened. Denise Peregrina, I'm late and y'all are early. No, we're just on time, which is early for us.
He's messaging in the Discord. Okay.
He's typing in the Discord server. I got a few mentions in the new Deadwood video. I did not hear about that. That's the first I've heard about that. That's cool. It's good to know my name's getting out there a little bit. I think, by the way, I talked about this in a previous stream, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to apply to the content creator program this week. I've decided to pull the trigger on that and make a go of it for a couple of reasons. And potentially I won't get in. There's a decent chance. I think there's a decent chance I might not get in. But I think that if we were going to have discussions with Plarium, I want to be in the room. I'd like to be in the room. I think that would be cool. I also know that the content creator program is a place where I can discuss directly with other content creators what's going on. And so, get to know them, have them get to know me. Obviously, that can be good for the channel if some of the bigger names get to know who I am. But likewise, it can help me, right? Because they're experienced in this game. And I have questions. I don't really have people to ask. So I think it would be very helpful for me to, more than even having access to Plarium, have access to the other content creators in a more direct way. So yeah, that's one of the things I'm thinking of, because I think, between those two things, there are a lot of reasons. Forget the rewards. I don't even care about the rewards. But having the ability to talk to Plarium directly, and then have the ability to be in a space where I can discuss content creation with other content creators, I think that's going to be beneficial for me and hopefully for the channel and for you guys. Deadwood Jedi and Jay Giggs. Okay, cool. Hey. All right. I've got the info. I've got the info. There we go. Night Flyer, I'm glad you made it back, and I'm glad I got distracted by that news, if that increases time. And I'm not glad that I forgot to burn through more energy there on my new Noob versus Pro account, but that's okay. I've gotten into the headspace, son, where I don't think I'm really competing with you anymore. I'm just like,
really?
I just enjoy playing the account, and it's good to have it as like a place to compare notes and create content. But like, if we wanted to call it, I think we could call it. I'm pretty sure Noob is going to win it. I'm pretty sure Noob is going to win this one.
Don't give it to me that easy.
Let me make sure this is working here. Yep, we're working. Yeah, I mean, I'll keep you honest. I'll keep coming. Like if you want to slack off, I'll overtake you. But realistically, I just you know what? Actually, there might be something. There might be something that's just what is this? Oh, Prime Gaming. You just pulled a legendary on an alt account today. And now you're thinking about playing 2 accounts. And that could potentially get me back in the game. That could potentially get me back in there. Be like, you know what? If he's splitting his focus between 2 accounts, maybe that'll give me another shot. Because honestly, playing 2 accounts and trying to make content is like, dude, yesterday was a nightmare, wasn't it? Holy cow.
Yeah, yesterday was a day.
Took me, I don't know, took us almost 10 hours to get a video out. Yep. That was just... And it was mostly me. I mean, you were just sitting there waiting for the the raw footage so you could edit it. You worked on thumbnails all day. And then I was like, hey, can you do this thumbnail? And you're like, yeah, I'll work on that thumbnail. And then 2 hours later, I'm like, we're not doing that thumbnail. And you're like, damn it.
I got some bangers out too, man. I was like, these are awesome.
Made 3 thumbnails we didn't use. Yeah, sorry about that.
Well, it happens.
All right, so I'm talking to Nightflyer right now, and let's see what we can get done for today. I want a 1-key Ultra Nightmare. I want to rebuild a crazier than you Sand Devil Phantom Shogun. I'm not sure exactly. I want to rebuild something. Sand Devil and Phantom Shogun. So let's take a look at the account, and you can explain a little bit in more detail. Take your time. But all right, so we've got a level 78 account here. Level 78. Let me just make sure everything's copacetic. Okay. Oh, I'm big Coal Red. Let me make myself little Coal Red. There we go. That's better. That way people can actually see the account. All right, so we've got a level 78, almost 79 account. And let's see how many days we are in. We are past the 270 day mark on the Gerda Bog Brew. So we're past 360 days. So this is over a year old account. That's great. Let's see how are we doing on the Arbiter missions. We're still a little bit a ways from Arbiter. Let's check the Great Hall. You got your rank 10 there. That's nice. You are in gold 5, so you don't need any help there. Wins 48-4, win rate 92%. Very nice. All right. Let's take a look at the clan boss. Oops, I always forget to look. It's Nightflyer, right? It's just Nightflyer. Okay. Oops. I'm all over the place. All right. Ooh, look at that team. Look at that team. And we got some interesting additional champions here. All right, how are you doing on your damage? You haven't used a key today, or did you use a key today? I don't see a key use. Did you use a key here? Nightflyer. So you're doing 106 million in Nightmare, where you only need 39 million. So you're crushing that, but you're coming up short with Ultra Nightmare. There's no quick battle unlocked, so you haven't one keyed it yet. Okay. Now, in terms of your speed tune, is this team speed tuned for Nightmare, or is it just OP for Nightmare? Like, does it just have so much power that you don't even have to tune it? No speed tune. Okay. So you're just really strong champions. Let's take a look at the roster. Always got to take a look at the roster here. So we're looking at 39. Looks like 39 6-stars. We've got some old school champs in here like Mordecai and Phoenix, those are still good champions, not bad champions at all. Got an ally attack here. You do have a Painkeeper, Cold Heart, nice. You got your Venom Mage, you got your Deacon Armstrong, good to see. You do have a Rector Drat. These are great champions. I mean, Godseeker and Eerie, your epics are fantastic. Let's take a look at the legendaries. Cleopteryx, not a super useful champ, not a bad champ. You probably got her recently from the login rewards. Not a bad champ, but not super useful in a ton of places. Like, she can be decent wave clear, and she can be good in arena. You've got Zavia, which is interesting. The Helicath is, I mean, realistically, we're going to be building a team around Helicath. I think that's the likely scenario. But I'm trying to find a way to get you affinity friendly. So Pythion might be your affinity friendly solution here. You do have Skull Crusher. So Helicath and Skull Crusher could potentially create. That's not full affinity friendly though. Skull Crusher only works if you only have. Yeah, there's no real way to make that work. I was going to say they're different. You do have a Geomancer. Let's see about some of your 50s. Ursula's great. You have a Seeker here at 50. That's really good. You have a White Dryad Naya. You have a Ruella. These are all potential unkillable clan boss champions. Yeah, let's see. Let's take a look at the vaults. Anybody in the reserve vault we need to worry about? Yes. A lot of good champions in the reserve vault, too. You do have a Renegade there. A couple of extra Painkeepers. Oof. Man, you got a pretty solid roster here. Uragrim could be helpful. You don't have to use one champion to go affinity friendly. You can use 2, or you can use more. You could use 3 if you needed to. But typically, it's either going to be 1 or 2. The way you would go affinity friendly with 3 is usually with like a buff extender or something like that. So, if you had like 2 1-turn block debuffs or something, that still probably would only require 2, depending on how you tuned it. Another Ruella. Look at the ball and look at a Crizzy. I'll look at a Crizzy in a second. I think you have a key right now. You have a key right now. So, but let's take a look and see when the second key is coming, because maybe we can do 2, you're saying? I mean, you've got Frolny, which is great. Now, you said you have a Crizia, but is a Crizia in the vault? Is that what you said? Let me do it this way. Let's do this. Do that. Okay. You have an Acrizia. I just don't, maybe I was not seeing her for some reason. Okay, you have an Acrizia and Relentless. Yeah, there she is. I don't know why I wasn't seeing her. Okay, so is she not in your current team? She is in your current team. Okay. Do you also have an Elva? You do have an Elva. All right, so let me just check something. Okay, no Eris. No Eris. Okay. All right, so we're going to break out. This is going to be our first opportunity here to actually use our new, no, maybe not our first time. Maybe it's our second time using the HH Premium. So let's go jump over to Hell Hades. Yeah, let me break out my artifact extractor optimizer deal. We're going to take a look and see what it suggests. Now, I have an idea for a tune. So, I got to update. I have an idea for a speed tune for you. And we'll see, what options are here. Then we'll go to Deadwood Jedi's website and we'll take a look at the options that you have over there. I can check the keys. You've got one in an hour. So we're not going to be able to do 2 today. Probably. Depends how long it takes. Depends how long it takes to actually do this speed tune. Uh-oh. Hell Hades' website is down. For maintenance, it looks like.
Yeah, you might be able to Google search for the specific section, and it might still work. At least that happened for me looking up champions.
Well, it doesn't matter right now because the optimizer's down. Yeah. So, all right. So we're going to go to Deadwood's site instead. I can buy a key. Okay. Thank you. Let's go ahead and pull this up. All right. So let's go here for right now. Now, see, this is interesting because there is a... I want to just look at the roster one more time. Elva, Ruella, Deacon, Seeker, Godseeker, Mashalid, Mithrala, Pythion, Geo, Painkeeper, and Farrakhan the Fat. Okay. All right. This is interesting because, we have a Helicath, but no Demitha. Do you have a Warcaster? Let me just double check to see if you have a Warcaster. Sorry. Warcaster is Bannerlords, right? He's not Sacred Order, is he? No Warcaster. Okay. I guess I could have just gone down here and done a block damage buff. That would have worked too. Okay. Okay. All right, back to the website. There we go. All right, so let's go ahead and look for Helicath speed tunes. I really wish we had the optimizer up because with your specific champions, I know this site pretty well, and I don't have a clear idea here about a speed tune that there might be on this website. Okay, so this is the most basic. This is the most basic Helicath speed tune. Now, basically, what you get here is you get everybody running, I think, at a 1-to-1, and then you get Helicath running at a 4-to-3, I think. So if we're looking at the tune, right, what happens is Helicath puts up the block damage buff at the bottom of the first column. And because everybody is going once, that means they have the block damage up for the first column and it's up for 2 turns. So they have the block damage at the bottom of the second column as well. So both AoEs are covered. Then Helicath should, although it doesn't seem like he's doing it here. Oh, no, he is. He's using his A2 on turn 2. So that's a little bit weird. But so his shield will be up for the stun. And so you're using Helicath's shield to become unkillable. Now, this is basically the tune that I use. I use a very similar speed tune to this one. I go faster. I go at a 2-to-1. But it's the same idea. Helicath blocks. I think he's running he's running very fast. I think he's running at 8-to-3 instead of 4-to-3. So what he's doing is he's getting his A3 up here, he's getting his A3 up here, and then he's getting his A2 up in the third column. So you can actually run at those speeds, which might make more sense in terms of like getting the damage out, right? So this is like the basic idea. But if we could multiply the speed so that everybody does what they're doing here, but does it twice, right? Instead of once. So it's like, Helicath would be going 8 times, everybody else would be going 6 times. Then you're just going to get more hits out there. You're going to have debuffs up more often. You're going to get more damage. But this is sort of the basic idea with a Helicath speed tune. So if anybody has a 2-turn block damage champion on a 4-turn cooldown, so Helicath or Roshguard, I forget, there might be one other out there, you can use them in this kind of speed tune. You need some other way to keep your stun target alive. Now, one of the things that's also going on here with Tatura Rhymelhide is it looks like Tatura is putting... Is Tatura putting up... Where is Tatura putting up the Perfect Veil? No, Tatura's not putting up the Perfect Veil, which is weird. Why would you bring Tatura in to not put up the Perfect Veil? But so this is the other thing you could do. Let's say you had Tatura Rhymelhide put up the Perfect Veil here at the bottom of the third column. What that would do is force the clan boss to attack Tatura, right? This would be the only champion that could get hit. That would make it affinity friendly because the Perfect Veil doesn't care about affinity, right? Perfect Veil just protects everybody from a solo target hit. So Tatura would be the only one without the Perfect Veil, and so would have to be the target for every affinity clan boss. So as long as you have either a cleanse or a block debuffs buff to handle the slow from Spirit Affinity, Tatura makes you go fully affinity friendly at that point. In fact, I think Tatura has a block. In fact, I think Tatura can do the whole job, right? Because let's just double check that. So I think Tatura can do the whole job, which is maybe why they're there. Yeah, Tatura has a block buffs debuff. Block debuffs buff. Sorry, I always reverse those two. And yeah, I'll get good at this someday. So block debuffs here, increased defense on all allies for 2 turns, and then you get the Perfect Veil. So Tatura will have the increased defense. Everybody gets the block debuffs for the Spirit Affinity. Tatura will have it up for the stun, have increased defense, and then maybe you have the Helicath shield as well. And that's what's making this particular tune fully affinity friendly and also probably full auto. So, yeah. Now, like I said, we could probably reach faster speeds than this, but this is the basics. So now let's go ahead and look at the other Helicath speed tunes and see if there's maybe somebody that's faster. We're looking for a 1-key Ultra Nightmare. This is the only one here that says 1-key Ultra Nightmare. Some of the 1-key Ultra Nightmares are just like, they're just 2-key Ultra Nightmare teams that hit really hard. So you have a Crizia. She hits incredibly hard. You have Geomancer, so it may just be a combination of champions and gear in a 2-key team can get you to 1-key Ultra Nightmare. But But let's take a look at the Deacon Forever. Yeah, so this is what I was remembering. Deacon Forever requires a second block damage champion. They don't both have to be 2-turn champions. I don't think for this one you could have a Warcaster, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so this says Warcaster. So you would just need a 1-turn block damage champion on a 4-turn cooldown. And as you can see, what happens here is that this is really weird. Okay, it doesn't come into tune right away. So let's just go look at the tune down here. So here what happens is on the first column, Helicath puts up the block damage buff that covers everybody for the AoE 1. Then Roshkard the Tower puts up the block damage buff for the AoE 2. And then Helicath comes back and covers the stun. So by going at a 6-to-3 ratio, right, what happens is each block damage champion gets, 1 up in one turn of 6 and then 2 up in the other turn of 6. So you're going 3 out of 12 there, right? Which is 1 out of 4 because it's a 4-turn cooldown. So then in the next rotation, what you'll see is Roshkard, so here in the first column, Helicath put it up the first time, but now the next rotation of 3, it's switched and Roshkard puts up the block damage and then Helicath does, and then Roshkard the Tower does. Now, the reason that this can potentially work with a 1-turn block damage champion is if the Roshkard the Tower only has a 1-turn block damage buff up, that's fine, because he's always the last to go. So he puts it up just before the clan boss goes, and that covers everybody. But Helicath has to have a 2-turn cooldown. 2-turn duration. The reason he has to have a 2-turn duration is because Roshkard goes after him in the turn order. So if Helicath puts the buff up here, and it's only 1 turn, it will come off of Roshkard immediately, and Roshkard won't have it. So you can't do this tune with 2 1-turn champions. There are tunes for that, but in this particular case, what you're doing is you're switching back and forth with the block damage. So this is going to do more damage because, as you can see, everybody gets more turns. So the more turns you have, the more damage you do. So this would be something that we could go for if we had a second block damage champion, which I don't think we have. We don't have. I checked. So now the question is, can we create a speed tune that's more based around this idea, but just make it go faster? That's going to be tricky. That's going to be tricky. Let me go look at my speed tune. All right. Let me actually do this for a second. Let's see. We might have to use my speed tune as a basis. Unfortunately, I'm not an encyclopedia of speed tunes like Deadwood Jedi is, but I should be able to cover you for this particular one, I think. We'll have to see here. I'd hate to fail you. I want to see if we can get your speed tune. You've got such good champions. All right, so this is my main. Let me get you off the website here. This is my main account. I got to click red dots, sorry. This is your account, Takeover, but we're on my account for a second, and that means I've got to click the red dots. All right. We don't care about Prime Gaming jobs. Okay, so let's go ahead to my clan boss team. I don't have a key. That's annoying. That's really annoying. Do I have a key sitting in my mailbox? Nope. All right. Doesn't matter, no, because I know exactly what my speed tune is. All right. So here's the thing about my speed tune, is it requires a cooldown reduction champion. So it's Helicath running at 267. You can see Helicath there. Now let's actually maybe we can pop this into the calculator. Let's just do a new calculator page. All right, so I've just got a blank page here, and I'm going to be popping in the info for my speed tune. Now, I don't know if my speed tune is going to work for you because my speed tune is kind of weird, but we might be able to use it to tweak a speed tune for you. So I'm pretty sure that I have Cardiel as my lead, but actually, you know what? Before we even do that, I want to look at one last thing. Before we commit to that path, because that's going to be tricky. I want to look at one more thing here. Actually, yeah, I want to look at like 7 more things. There's that one. This one, there's a couple of these. See, all of these use Seeker. These all run very fast, but you need the Demitha on a... Okay. On a very, like on a 3-to-1. Okay. I think we're gonna try my speed tune. All right, so first thing is I have Cardiel in the lead. We get the 19% speed aura. We've got Helicath. Then we've got Seeker. Not God Seeker, we've got Seeker. Then we have Renegade. And then we have Ninja. Okay. And the way this works is I think we're running at 267. This is like 245. This is like, I don't know, this is like 250. Like 255. And then this is at like 216 or something like that. The cooldown here is 6. I'll get the exact, if it doesn't look like it tunes, yeah, I'll get the exact speeds. So 267. 67. What's Cardiel running at? 245. I was right there. Seeker is running at... No, it's this Seeker. 249. What did I call that? 250? So Seeker's at 249. Renegade is at 248. 248. So that could make a difference. Yep, makes it. And then Ninja running at 216. So I was right, 216. Okay, so but this tunes. You can see this right here. This tunes. Okay, so this is beautiful, right? Because what happens is you get Helicath to block damage on the A1, you get Helicath to block damage on the A2, and then you get the shield to come up at the bottom of the stun turn, and so you have the shield to protect the shield target. Cardiel provides you with a block debuffs buff near the bottom of A2, and that pretty much... actually, does that cover everybody? Doesn't look like it covers everybody. So I might have a delay here. Oh yeah, I know what the difference is. Got to change the priority here. do that. And then I think is it delayed 1 turn? There it is. So now Cardiel's A2 comes up there and blocks the stun. So this is not Spirit Affinity friendly, but it gets a 1 key on every other affinity. It's 2 keys on Spirit, which is fine. I built a second tune for Spirit Affinity with the Mytha when I got her, so that took care of that. And then I broke that tune, so I'm still using this now. But so on Spirit Affinity days, you have to use 2 keys for, Ultra Nightmare and 1 key for everything else. And it's like the lowest I do is about 90 million, and the most I do is about 150 million. So it is variable because Ninja's, affinity champion, and he's your primary damage dealer. So yeah, let me just, sorry, I'm all over the place. Okay. So now in this particular tune, what we're doing here is we're getting to a 2-to-1 for everybody. You can see that's the goal. There are different ways to do this. We don't have to do it with a Renegade. I've done it with a Renegade because that was the easiest thing for me. But Renegade is on a 6-turn cooldown as opposed to a 5-turn cooldown. So if your Renegade is fully booked, this won't probably work for you. But so we get to something like this. Here you could potentially use Pythion the way I'm using Cardiel, right? Because you have the cleanse and the block debuffs buff from Pythion. You use Helicath basically in the same way. You would need Seeker in order to reach these speeds, probably. We might be able to do it with Elva, but Elva's going to be significantly different in terms of tuning because she has an increased speed buff. And that's a little bit weird when it drops off. Usually you want the increased speed buff 100% of the time. So you might have to have like a buff extender. Yeah, and then the damage dealer can be Acrizia. Acrizia is going to hit every bit as hard as Ninja, and she's not going to have the variation that he has because she's Void Affinity. So let's see if we can tweak this. If we pull out the Renegade, well, first of all, let's put in Elva. Let's see what happens if we just put in Elva. Now she's going to change the tune because she has an increased speed buff. But I want to see if we can get close to a tune. So Elva's speed buff goes up. Let's delay it. It's her A2. See if we get anywhere near a speed tune. Yeah, we're kind of near a speed tune. My guess would be we need to slow everybody down. But what I want to see is what happens with her speed buff. So it goes up here. It's up. It comes down here. What happens if... All right. If we shut it off, right? If we shut off the speed buff and we just have the speed aura, this is what we get. Now, potentially we can we use her? Can we use Elva? I have an Elva. Let me just look at my Elva. So she also has a block debuffs, but it's on the increased speed. So we can't use her for that. So there's not a lot of, doesn't make sense to bring her in. If we can't use that, then we can't use it. That just doesn't make any sense. Now, the other thing is we don't necessarily need a speed aura. Let's look at your team again. Let's go back to your team. So just to, the wheels are spinning. So that's why I'm quiet. I'm thinking about a Painkeeper. I'm thinking about your Renegade. I want to see where the cooldowns are. I also want to look at your speeds. What's a Crizzy you're running at? All right, we're talking about 173 here. Let's look at your Pythons at 152. Your Elva is decently fast at 249, but again, I don't think we're going to be able to use her. Helicath, where's Helicath running at? 233. Painkeeper's at 172. So at these speeds, even if we rebuild, let's see how much silver we have. We have 3 million silver. All right. All right. We can't do my speed tune. There's no way to get to those speeds. I mean, we'd have, not with 3 million silver. Like you might be able to do it. You might have the gear to do it. I have no idea, but there's no way we can do that speed tune. So what we're going to try to do, because you're just beast mode in terms of like the damage that you're putting out. I mean, you've got a Crizia, obviously. What we're going to do is we're going to go back to that 4-3 Helicath speed tune, that kind of slow Helicath speed tune. And we're going to see if maybe we can make that work for you without having to rebuild too many champions here. So let me pull that up here so people can see it. So this was the one that we talked about. This is the very first one we looked at. And just based on the speeds that you currently have, we might be able to reach these speeds. And just putting your champions in tune, just getting them into tune for Ultra Nightmare might be enough, because you have such crazy good champions. So, yeah, let's go ahead and look at this Ultra Nightmare tune. Oops. So this is the tune. Now, again, if you put a champion in with a speed aura, you may be able to reduce these speeds. So the first thing that we need to do here is we need to see if we can get Helicath to 253. If we can't get Helicath to 253, there's no point. There are no speed buffs here. You know, now, if we can get, say, Helicath, let's say we put in... so if we put in a 19% speed aura, if we had somebody who had the speed aura, we could potentially lower, you know, that. There are speed auras on your roster, but most of them have turn meter attached to them. Let's see if they're... This is 19% in all battles. I don't... Yeah, he has an increased speed and a turn meter fill and an extra turn. Okay, that's not going to work. Eurogrim might work. Eurogrim might fix all our problems. Man, he is so good. He might fix all our problems. Old Gruckus isn't bad either, but I think he has... Yeah, he's more of a killable clan boss guy. But Eurogrim could fix all of our problems. That might be really nice for you. Okay, so let's start thinking about this now. So his A2 is a cleanse. And so if we have a cleanser and a block debuffer, and remember Eurogrim, the great thing about Eurogrim is he has a cleanse, but he's a poisoner, and he does a lot of damage. But again, you have such great champions. Do we want to bring a Eurogrim in? Maybe. Maybe we want to bring a Eurogrim in. Yeah. What's your Mithrala and your Mashalad running at? Your Mithrala, 218. Mashalad is right there. 235. So you have some speed. And they're on pretty good champions. But okay. I want to do this. Now I'm fired up now. I'm getting fired up. I'm like, yeah, we're gonna make this work. We're gonna make this work. All right. So let's say that our damage dealer obviously is not going to be Ninja, is going to be a Chrissy. Okay, so that's the first thing we're gonna do. Can we get Helicath to 253? Helicath is currently at 233. Yeah, we can get him. It's not going to be a problem. We can get him to 250 based on the gear that he's currently wearing. We can get him there. Let me go read the notes here. So, block debuffs would be the 170 to 171. If we have a block debuffs on 170 or 171, I'm sorry, 170 to 171, that would be the Tatura. So let's make that the Pythion for now. We can turn off the revive. We don't care about the revive. However, is that working? It is. It's just, it's not working on the first stun. Potentially Frozen Banshee can take the stun here. Like, people are going to take the stun here. Okay, I don't think we're running counterattack. We do have him. And a Krizia would hit hard with counterattack, so we could potentially try it. This actually has 2 damage dealers. So who would the second damage dealer be? We could use Mithrala. We would have to slow her way down, though, which I don't know that you want to do. You want to fast Mithrala. So let's not use Mithrala. Because if we slowed her down to 206, even if we had her down here, which could potentially work for like cleanses and stuff, I don't know. We'd have to see. Yeah, we probably wouldn't want to do that. I mean, the thing is, she could help keep the stun target alive. And she has poisons on her A1. Oh, we talked about Uragrim. We talked about bringing in Uragrim. That's what we were going to do. Let's see. It's a block debuffs that you need, not a cleanse. But potentially, we could use a cleanse. Let's see if we just bring in Uragrim. Right, so now here what we've got is Uragrim's cleanse is on how many turn cooldown? It's on a 4-turn cooldown. We'd have to speed him up. Uragrim's cleanse. It's on a 3-turn cooldown. It's his A2. Okay, so what we would do is just prioritize that. We would make that the highest priority. There we go. Let me get myself out of the way here. All right, so this is what we're looking at. We're looking at a block debuffs buff for the slow. We're looking at a cleanse for the stun. What that means is Uragrim, if he's cleansing, can never be the stun target, which shouldn't be a problem because he is going to always be neutral affinity. And we have the only potential problem we could have is when everybody is neutral affinity, which based on this team, right, we've got Force Affinity, Spirit Affinity, Force Affinity. So we have no magic affinity. So when the force affinity boss, when you're up against the force affinity boss, Eurogrim could potentially be a stun target. You can remove that and you can make that work. So here what we would have is Helicath puts the A3 up at the bottom of the first column. That covers everybody for the AoE 1 and the AoE 2. I don't know if we can separate the A3 from the A2 here. But maybe we can. Nah, I don't think we can. We're using the A3 to force the A2 because the A2 is on a 3-turn cooldown. What's happening is by prioritizing the A3, we're forcing them to line up and pushing the A2 from a 3-turn cooldown to a 4-turn cooldown. And so it's coming up at the same moment every time. But it always has to follow the A3. You can't push it further. So what that means is this shield has to cover everybody. What's up with the Crizia here? What's she doing? I don't know a Crizia that well because I don't have her, because who does? Nobody has a Crizia. That's crazy. I just want to check out her skills real quickly. Decreased defense. She does place a shield buff on this champion for 2 turns. Okay. Okay. Okay, that's all we needed to know. It's just a shield that goes up on her. That's all that's happened. All right, so here she gets a shield up. So what we've got to figure out is who's going to get the stun here. And does it even matter? The stun doesn't matter. The cleanse is coming up next as long as it's not Eurogrim. But we need somebody to have a shield. Everybody's got the shield except the Crizia puts up her own shield. So it looks like everybody's going to have a shield here. Looks like everybody's going to have a shield here. Now, because of the block damage, the shield should be at full strength. The block damage covers the A2. That's when the shield actually goes up. But the shield doesn't get hit because there's a block damage buff. That means the shield should be at full strength for everyone except a Crizia. Now, a Crizia is unlikely to be the stun target. She could be on force affinity, but she's unlikely to be the stun target at any other time. So we might roll the dice on this and see what happens. Now, Eurogrim goes ahead and cleanses. I think Eurogrim cleanses on his A2. We said that, right? So this feels like a... Where's Skull Crusher's counterattack going up? Skull Crusher's counterattack is currently going up in the first column, so it'll be up for the AoE 1, but then it's falling off here. So we're not getting it on the AoE 2, which doesn't quite feel good. That feels like, why are we doing that then? I mean, that's the way that this is built, right? The counterattack is the 174 to 177. Now, what we could do is we could put in Godseeker and Neri to extend that. That would also extend the shield from Helicath. The problem is we would lose Eurogrim's damage, but that might not matter. So if we put in Godseeker here, right, what are we getting here? So now what we can do is on her A2, is it her A2, I think, that she extends? Let's look at Godseeker for a quick sec. Increases the duration of all buffs on the A2. Okay. So we would just want to place that in the right spot so that it extends the counterattack all the way, but we also want to extend Helikath's shield, and we want to extend the block debuffs buff from Pythion. So what we would really want it to do with it is we would want it to happen here. So the question is, do we switch her speeds with Acrisia? So if we ran Acrisia like this, right? So Pythion puts up the block debuffs buff here in the second column. Godseeker Aniri extends it. Unfortunately, it looks like some of the counterattacks have fallen off at that point, and so we lose the counterattacks. Can we change the counterattacks to make sense? No, we can't. Can we? No, we can't. So that didn't solve it. We're extending the buff on Acrisia. Acrisia will have the counterattack both times, right? Skull Crusher's here. Counterattack, counter. Everybody has a counterattack on AoE 1. Acrisia will have the counterattack on the AoE 2. And Godseeker will, which is like not a huge deal. It would be nice if Helikath did, because Helikath brings the weaken. So having an extra chance to like place the weaken would be good. Pythion. I mean, we can move people around a lot, but let's do this. Let's go back to this. So this would extend but it doesn't extend Pythion's. I mean, the other option is we could change the spot for Skull Crusher. Now, I don't know why Skull Crusher's in this spot. That's a little bit weird. Why would you have Skull Crusher in this spot? I'm trying to figure out what the rationale is behind that, and I don't know that I understand that. So, for instance, we could change Skull Crusher into Acrisia. Now Skull Crusher comes down towards the bottom, so people don't go. Everybody gets the counterattack here. Everybody has the counterattack here except for Skull Crusher. And then we switch Godseeker, Aniri, and Pythion. No, because then the counterattack drops off. Jeez, okay. I already did that. So the reason I'm trying to figure this out is because without Eurogrim's, actually we have. I got it. Pythion's block debuffs is a cleanse. It's a cleanse. I forgot it. It's also a cleanse. So yeah, we're going to swap him with Godseeker Aniri, right? Let's see if this works. Now what we want to do is we want to move his A2 to the third column. Would this be full auto? Probably not. Can we even do it that way? Yeah, it wouldn't be full auto. But if you move his A2 and he goes first in the third column, he cleanses the slow from Spirit Affinity. And then the block debuffs is up all the way through. Now we can put Godseeker wherever we want her to extend that counterattack. We switch her back with Acrizia. Make her 177. Make Acrizia 171. Acrizia's spot in the turn order matters not at all. Godseeker Aniri needs to extend on turn 2. So let's turn off that delay. There we go. There we go. Beautiful. Okay, so Skull Crusher puts up his counterattack at the bottom of column 1, and Helicat puts up his block damage at the bottom of column 1. Everybody is unkillable, and everybody has counterattack. Boom. Perfect column 1, right? In column 2, Godseeker Aniri extends the counterattack. So at the bottom of column 2, remember, everybody's only going once. So everybody still has the Helicath block damage, and everybody still has the counterattack. So now we've got a counterattack on A2. Now at the top of A3, Pythion cleanses and puts up the block debuffs. The cleanse counters the Spirit Affinity, and the block debuffs counters the stun. So nobody's going to get stunned. Now it doesn't really matter who gets stunned. Everybody's got the shield except for Skull Crusher. Damn it, I just noticed that. Skull Crusher loses the shield. No, I thought we had it. I thought we had it. We could try something else with Skull Crusher. We could try that. We could try that. And so Skull Crusher would put up his unkillable on the stun, meaning he is unkillable. And if he's the stun target, then we don't care. Would we lose the counterattacks? We lose some of the counterattacks. Who do we lose the counterattacks on? That matters. We lose Helicast's counterattack on the A1, which is not fun. And we lose Pythion's. Actually, we lose everybody's on the A2, don't we? Can we just change Godseeker to extend it in a different spot? Let's go back to a 1-turn delay on Godseeker. No, Godseeker. We can go to a 2-turn delay on the Godseeker. We're already on a 2-turn delay on Pythion, so it's not going to be full auto. We don't have to really worry about that if Godseeker is also not full auto. The problem is this, then you can't use quick battle. Then you can't use quick battle if we do it this way. You always auto everything. You need full auto. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it would be an auto battle, but obviously you'd have to set it up here. So, all right. So if you need full auto, we're going to go back to the previous version, I think, with Eurogrim. And what we're going to do is we're just going to make sure that we have the counterattack up on Acrizia. She's the only one where the counterattack is absolutely critical because she hits so hard. And then if we get Eurogrim's counterattack, that would be good too. So let's go ahead and see if we can do that instead. So now I've got to figure out where Eurogrim's got to go again. So I think right now he's going to go in Pythion's spot, right? So he's going to go at 206. Python needs to go back into... Eurogrim's not built at all. Okay. I mean, I think that what you want to do is you want to get to a 1-key Ultra Nightmare, right? And Eurogrim's a champion that can help you do that. So he could be your next champion that you build. So what that means is today you might not get the 1-key, but maybe in a week, now you've got your team that's 100% full auto. Because this is what we're looking at. We're looking at a 1-key full auto, full all affinity friendly. That's what we need. 1-key, full auto, affinity friendly. And then if you're saying, we can't plan on any new champs coming down the line, like your Eurogrim's at 50. I know he's not booked, but you're within striking distance, right? So let's see. How many books do you have? You have no epic books, so that could be a while. You're right. That would be tricky with no books. With no books. All right. Let's look at Godseeker. Make sure she's booked. Godseeker is fully booked. Pytheon should be fully booked, I'm assuming. Pytheon's fully booked. Crizia, fully booked. Helicath is fully booked, I'm assuming. Fully booked. All right. What about Skull Crusher's fully booked? Okay, so if we stick with this tune, if we just stick with these 5 champions, because these 5 champions are fully booked, how close can we get? Crizia's got both counterattacks up. Pytheon makes you fully affinity friendly. Can we get to full auto? That's the question. Can we get to full auto here? All right, this is it. I think this is it. Helicath's A3 and Skull Crusher's A1 at the bottom of column 1, so everybody's got the counterattack. And everybody's got the block damage buff. I don't know why it looks like the counterattack's coming off. Is the counterattack only 1 turn? I thought it was a 2-turn counterattack. Yeah, it's a 2-turn counterattack. Oh, because it's on the other side. Sorry, that's why. Yeah, okay, so it's on the other side. So if we do this instead, then the counterattack gets extended here. It gets placed at the bottom of turn 2. It gets extended here. So it'll be up for AoE 2. It'll be up for the stun. So one person, whoever gets stunned, will be counterattacking. And then it will come off of Helicath here, which is unfortunate because, again, he's got the weaken on his A1. But he's going to get his AoE 1 here, and he's going to get his counterattack on the AoE 2. So you should have pretty good uptime with the weaken. Fully affinity friendly. Let's check the top just to make sure that the first term doesn't throw it off. Pytheon's A2 here gets extended. And then the cleanse happens here. So it is fully affinity friendly. So if we put it on Spirit, that doesn't change the speed tune. fully affinity friendly, full auto, entirely programmable. The question is it a 1 key? With Acrizia and some counterattack, my guess is yes. The second question is, do we have enough to keep the stun target alive here? And that might not happen. You might lose the stun target on turn 35 or something, at which point you won't get your 50 turns. Now, you can increase the stun target's survivability by doing 2 things. One is the bigger the Helicath shield, the better. So if you can get Helicath a huge shield, that's going to be important. All right, so we've got our speed tune. Let's go ahead. I'm sorry, the second thing. What was the second thing? The second thing would be to make sure that, you know, the stun is going where you need it to go, and potentially make sure that that champion's survivable. Now, the nice thing is you do have heals here. You have Godseeker and Neri who will give heals. So if the stun target takes some damage towards the end but doesn't get one shot, you'll probably get a full another round, maybe an extra round, because Godseeker and Neri is going to give you some heals there. Yeah, I don't know. You might even get an extra like sequence because Godseeker and Neri is passive and revive and all that stuff. It will break the speed tune, but you might get enough to eke out a 1 key. We'll have to see. I mean, so how are you feeling? Does this make sense to you? Do you like this speed tune? Because we can also go in a different direction, but I think that this is the speed tune based on the gear that I've seen and the speeds that you have. This is probably the easiest one to reach and try. You like it? Okay. So yeah, just real quickly, let's go ahead and take a look at your Helicath. Let's get your Helicath speed tuned first and see how that works. And then we'll maybe look at your Acrizia and see if we can get her speed tuned next. And then we'll look at the other champions and see where they fall. So let's go ahead and pull up this. All right. All right, so the first thing you're going to do is you're going to have Helicath as the lead, because that's an increased defense aura, and that's going to improve the size of his shield, and it's also going to make everybody a little bit more survivable. And then we have, we probably want to make sure that we do the turn order based around who we actually want to be the stun target. Remember that the stun, if you have 2 people who are like equally attractive as the stun target, the one in the front of the turn order will be the stun target. So we want to have probably Skull Crusher up front, and then Godseeker and Acrizia don't matter because they're both void affinity. But we can't have, yeah, so let's do Acrizia next. If she gets stunned, it's not a big deal because she doesn't have any skills that affect the turn meter or the speed tune. And then we'll do Godseeker and Pythion. Okay. So that's the tune. That's the tune. All right, now let's see if we can reach the speeds. All right, so Helicath needs to run at, by the way, let me do this right now, just for you and for everybody. If anybody cares about this speed tune, you want to take a screenshot right now just to see it. Or like you can come back, you know, timestamp it, write it down, however you want to record it, right? So these are our speeds. These are our 5 champions. Because I'm not going to save it past that. Okay. So Helicath is 253. That's where we need to get to. By the way, I haven't even messed around with the speed tune, but I'm not sure if there are any. Yeah, there are some sets implemented there. I don't think that it's going to matter too much, except for the 2 171 champions. So you just want to make sure that you have them in the right order, because otherwise it reverses. So you need Acrizia faster than Skull Crusher and slower than Godseeker and Neri. So there's some flex. It doesn't have to be those exact speeds. And it looks like Helicath can probably get faster as well, but he can't. Oh, he can get slower. Let's slow him down as much as possible. All right, so it looks like we need a minimum of 244 on Helicath. That's not bad at all. Actually, we're close, right? We're 233. Defense, crit rate. You're building him for damage. Okay, let's keep that. Let's not lose that. Okay, you don't have the 3-piece set bone, right? Okay, because this is stone skin. Okay. All right. Your accuracy needs to come up. Your accuracy needs to come up. You need. What do you need? 250 accuracy, I think. For. Yeah, we're still in maintenance. So I think you need 250 accuracy for Ultra Nightmare. We want to land this weekend. This weekend's incredibly important for the amount of damage that we're bringing. I don't think we have another weekend. We have a decreased defense here, which is great. But we don't have another weekend on this team. So we have to land this weekend. All right, so let's see if we can maybe bring in some perception gear. I'd like to keep the damage for him, but I don't know if we can. The speed tune is more important than the damage that he brings. The weaken is more important than the damage that he brings. So let's see if we can get to where we need to be. So the speed total is anywhere from 245 up to like 260. So as long as we can get to 245, I'm happy. Let's go ahead and take a look at. Let's take a look at these two pieces first. Let's do this, and then we want. It really almost. It almost doesn't matter what we're bringing, but I want to try to keep the crit rate high if we can. This has defense, doesn't have any speed on it. Looks like we'd be losing speed. So we're going to need speed as a substat. That's not bad. That's not bad. That's nice. Accuracy and speed with crit damage. We have a little bit of leeway there. So yeah, we could try this. Let's see if this works. I know we only have 3 million, so we're going to try to just... that was the worst thing it could have rolled into. That's not so bad. That's not awful. But we're losing so much speed there. Let's see if this gets any better. We need speed rolls here. Accuracy is okay, but we need at least 1 speed roll, if not 2, I think. That's not going to work. So even if we did this and this, we're going to lose speed. No, we're going to pick up 2 speed, which is not enough. All right. So let's go look at perception gear. Here we are. That's nice. That's really nice. That's nice too. That's really nice. All right. Rather, I don't want to waste silver. So let's do this and see if we can roll this one up. Crit rate's fine, but I need speed. There we go. That's 1 each. That's not too bad. Okay. A little bit of accuracy gain. Again, we have to glyph these and run them all the way up. Now you're way high on the crit rate. And we want that shield as big as possible. So I do think maybe we have to get away from that crit rate on that glove. So let's say if we looked at this with a primary stat of defense. And is there a piece in the same set that's good? Nothing with speed, unfortunately. So let's look here and here, and let's look for speed and accuracy. Let's see if there's any set that gives us both of those. There is not. But we're at 244, right? What did we need? We said we needed a minimum of 245. I mean, the problem here is we need more accuracy. But for right now, the tune will work. And we won't get our weaken up all the time. But potentially you can replace that later on. So let's go ahead and let's equip these. And let's just glyph these out. So yeah, let's get a little bit of speed here. That's 2. We could get some HP on them. Whoops. 3. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to waste a glyph. Upgrade this one. Let's get some defense up there. We want not 1%. We want 4%, or at least 3%, maybe. Come on. You can do it. There we go. And then speed. All right, now we're sitting at 250. A little bit more accuracy. So this is the good speed. And we'll sit there for now. Again, you can run these up. It might give you some more accuracy, might roll into accuracy, might also roll into crit damage, which would be good. This one might roll into defense, which would be good. So you can roll those up when you have silver to do it. But right now, this guy's speed tuned. And then let's go ahead and take a look at your Acrisia. And she is at 173. Let's see if she's already speed tuned. I've got her at 173 right now. We've got Helicath at 250. Those champions are both speed tuned. You're good. All right, let's look at Pythion. We're running Pythion at 206. Sorry. We're running Pythion at 206. My guess is he's slow. He's at 140. He's at 152. You have him in a bolster set, which is great for Pythion in a lot of places, but he is not fast enough. And it's probably this. Yeah. So getting this as a speed boot would change the deal. I know that gives you a bigger shield. I know it gives you more heals on his A1, but realistically, the faster he goes, the better he is, right? More uptime on his buffs is better, more cleanses, more revives, like all of that is better. So we want him faster anyway, and we need to be running him at 206. So 45 speed would get us just a little bit shy, and then maybe we could glyph him out with speed. We might be able to glyph him out. Maybe not. It would be close. We might be able to glyph him out. Let's see. So let's look for speed boots. So we do have speed boots in Defiant. So if you wanted to stick with that, we don't care about accuracy on them. HP is fine. HP would be good. This could be really nice. This one, I don't want to roll this up because I don't want to waste the silver right now. But this one actually looks like the best one. So you could potentially move him into that one. So if we did let's see how we look here. So this gets us to 183. We need to get to 206. So we're not going to glyph that fast. All right, let's take a look at his pieces right here. Which ones don't have speed on them? So the only one that has speed is actually the flat defense gloves. Let's just look at the bolster set for a second and see what you've got in bolster. So maybe we can make a swap out here. You've got him in a resist chest plate, which doesn't matter too much. I mean, you want him as a cleanser in other places. I understand. That's why you have high resist on him. But the resist isn't necessarily high enough to really make a huge difference, except maybe in arena. Like 220 resist. When you want a cleanser and high resist, you need numbers in the 400s for PvE content. And then obviously for like live arena and stuff, you're going to want super high numbers as well. So this might be okay in 3v3 arena, but it's not going to be okay really anywhere else. Except maybe low level dungeons where it doesn't matter because they're not going to put out enough damage for your cleanse to make the difference, probably. Let's see the other pieces. You got some bolsters pieces, which is not bad. This could be a good swap. You'd lose some HP, but it's basically almost the same thing, right? But you're getting speed instead of defense here. And it is a 5-star piece. We could potentially just maybe make that one piece swap, and that might be enough depending on how it rolls. So just for the sake of the ease of today, let's see if we can do this. If we get a double roll here in speed. The HP percentage is good. That's good roll. Come on, one more time. Speed roll. And then I think we had the speed boots, right? Just need to see how close we're getting. Defiant. 192. We're not going to be, that's one, I think that's 4 glyphs. Let's see how slow we can make him. Let's see if we can actually slow him down. Let's see if he's allowed to be any slower than 206. It's got to be at least 205. He's got to be at least 205. We need 13 more speed. I'm not sure that we can keep him in bolster. Or maybe we just can't keep him in the resist chest piece. Maybe that's the issue. Maybe we just can't do that. So let's go ahead and see about this. Like maybe if we can get him some speed in one of these. It's flat HP or flat defense. Probably go with the flat HP for now. Let's see if we roll into speed. If we don't roll into speed in the first 2 rolls, I'm not going to... There we go. That helps. One more roll. Crit rate. One more roll. Accuracy. Neither of which really help him. But we would get to the speed. I think we just have to get him to the speed. So we need him at what? 205 minimum. Can we take him faster? Yeah, we can take him any faster that we like. We need absolute minimum of 205. This is at 202 and we've got glyphs. So we can get, if we did this swap, so let's go ahead and do that swap. Did that keep the sets right? That keeps the sets right. Okay. So this will allow you to still have a bolster set on him. And let's go ahead and we'll just glyph. We don't care about accuracy for him. Defense does matter, so let's give him a nice defense glyph. Whoops, I'm sorry, guys. And then speed. Let's get him. Yeah, because we can go faster. So 3 speed. Is that 206? 205. I just want a little leeway. So I'm gonna glyph out another speed. We're just gonna put like 2 speed on this if we can, 1 or 2 speed. 3 speed, that's perfect. That's fine. So now he's at 208. So that's gonna work with the speed tune just fine. We'll speed him up to 208. Now, what did he have in terms of sets? I should be checking that. He's got no sets that we have to worry about. Does Acrizia have any sets that we have to worry about? Acrizia. Acrizia is in Relentless.
Here's a good point to double check. Area bonuses.
That's also good to check. Thank you. Holy cow. You have 20 speed. Oh, wow. Dude, you have 20 speed. That's a lot. That's a lot. I did all this work and I didn't check the Demon Lord. Oh, I feel like such a noob right now. 20 speed in Demon Lord battles. Well. Okay. Let me take a moment to gather myself here. 20 speed. It's probably too much. It's probably too much. Let's do this. It changes because people go in front of the boss now. And it's just a massive change. But you never know. Sometimes stranger things have happened. There's a weird almost speed tune here. Look how close that is. Look how close that is. It actually looks like it's in tune. It actually looks like it's in tune here, right? All the way through. And you're like, oh, maybe I can just rearrange some people. But then all of a sudden, it breaks right here on turn 14. All right. I did not expect that. I got to say, I did not expect that. I was like, oh, maybe it's 5. Maybe it's 2. You know, it's like, okay, we'll change that a little bit. It's 20 speed. 20 speed. I gotta start a whole new speed tune. I think. Yeah, I don't even know if I can do this right. I'm just like, I'm in shock. I don't know what to do. I think this was 177. This was 250. This was 171, I think, and 177 or something like that. Something like this, right? Is this the tune? Shields are up, counterattacks up, counterattacks up. We lost the counterattack here, so there it is.
Everybody's also taking to check for Laura Steele as well now.
Yeah, I mean, but that's an easy adjustment, you know. We can do that. I just wanted to get the tune back. Helicath here, Skull Crusher here. Everybody has counterattack at the bottom of A1. It's extended, so everybody who needs it, meaning Acrizia, has it here on the A2. But there's something weird about this speed tune because Helicath has no counterattacks now. Why does Helicath have no counterattacks? Yeah, I think this is in the wrong. There we go. Right? Nope. That's not right either. Why can't we get Helicath a counterattack? He had one before. Pythion's in the right place. We can't move him. Helicath's in the right place. We can't move him. Skull Crusher is in the right place. We can't move him. So the question is, if we speed up Acrisia and put her in front of Godseeker and Neri, does that change anything for Helicath? It shouldn't. So why can't we get Helicath a counterattack? Because I'm pretty sure he had a counterattack before. Everybody has it up here except Helicath's drops off. So unless Godseeker extends her buff here, he's going to lose it. And then he's never going to get it back. Maybe I just missed it before. I don't know. All right, so whew, that's a lot of time investment for a totally broken speed tune. So I wanted to say, so I don't think that Acrisia with the Relentless set works in this tune. The reason that she doesn't work in this tune, she can work in a tune in a Relentless set. But the reason is, even though Helicath puts the block damage buff up at the bottom of A1, if Acrisia gets an extra turn in the A2 column, then she won't have the block damage at the bottom of this. So the only way you can run her in a Relentless set is if you are running Helicath at a faster rate where he's putting up the A3 at the bottom of the A1 and at the bottom of the A2. So you're going to have to make some changes anyway. You're going to have to pull Acrisia out of Relentless potentially. Or you could just run it and see, like, I mean, one of the things is you're already crushing in terms of damage for, you know, what you were doing. So you could try it. You could try it and see if you get enough turns. But realistically, you'll probably have to pull her out of the Relentless set, which I don't know if you want to do based on what she's doing in other places. But I would highly recommend making her your clan boss specialist damage dealer because she's the best one in the game, probably. You know, so I would go ahead and do that. I would pull her out of that Relentless. The other thing you could do is you could wait until you could get one of those speed tunes where either with 2 block damage champions or, you know, a 1-in-1, like you know, an extended one like Helicath where he goes faster, like I have. And then it wouldn't matter if you have the champion in Relentless. Like I can run my ninja in Relentless and it doesn't matter. That's fine. But for right now, you know, pull her out. You're going to have to drop the speeds. The nice thing is potentially that allows you a lot of leeway because you can actually get those speed boots off and you can go back into attack percentage boots and 8 HP percentage boots and defense percentage boots. The only champion you probably can't do that on is Helicath. But you can drop this speed by 20 if you can find a way to do that. Here we've got 18 speed right here on the chest plate. Oh, we've got 21 speed there. That'd be a lot. So if you could find like 20 replacement speed in these 2 pieces, maybe, in fact, we can kind of look real quickly. If we were looking at this, let's go down to perception. And then look for a chess piece. Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't look like it. Maybe you have something that's equipped. Let's check it. Let's find defense percentage. There you go. You do lose the 100% crit rate, but you get a lot more defense. You get over almost 600 extra defense. You can glyph back the 4 speed that you need to get it down to 230 or thereabouts. And now you have the accuracy to land the actual weaken. You did lose a little bit of HP, so he's going to be a little bit less survivable, but he should hit decently hard. Obviously, that losing that 100% crit rate, like, yeah, I would love to have it. But you could make this a swap. Remember that you'll get some stats back when you take your helmet and shield up to...
Hey, Cole, you still have the Deadwood Jedi thing up.
Yeah, thanks. All right, so, sorry, guys. So, these 2 pieces, you'd have to steal this one off of this guy, but I don't think that's an issue. This gets you to 2... There you go. Now we're all happy. 240 accuracy. 226 speed. You need 230 because you have to be running at 250. So you need to get this to 230. You have a glyph here that you haven't used yet, so you potentially get 4 speed right there, or you could get a little bit speed from, one of the other glyphs. That should be enough. And now you've got this guy there. But now you've got to drop 20 speed on everybody just to get them to the speed tunes. But you have the numbers. I feel pretty good about the speed tune. I think you got a decent shot at a 1 key Ultra Nightmare. And it's full auto and fully affinity friendly. If it doesn't work, right, it'll be a 2 key Ultra Nightmare. I mean, that's the worst case scenario. You'll have a 2 key Ultra Nightmare, full affinity, full auto. And it'll be speed tuned. And then what you can do is you can start thinking about, what are the champions that I need to get to go to a better speed tune? It's going to take you probably another 10 million silver, maybe 8 to 10 million silver to get everybody into tune. I wanted to show the tune today, but I don't think that I can do that now because I don't think that, we've already been on the speed tune for several hours and whatever. But come to the Discord, and if you have any trouble tweaking the tune, let me know, because we'll be able to get this tuned. It's not a difficult tune. That's the good news. It's not like a mechanically difficult tune. You want your Helicath with this accuracy anyway, so I think this was a good rebuild here. Let's see if we can just get him to the speed. I think we said we could run him a little bit slower. So I think we don't even need all of the speed. So if we get 2 speed on him, I think he's fine. So 3 speed, he's good. You don't have to change him now. You don't have to do anything about it. So he's fully tuned now. Get him some resist. Yeah, so now he's running at 239, which in Clan Boss to get him to 259. So yeah, I apologize. I apologize to everybody there. I really thought we were going to have this speed tune done today. A quick note, let me just shout this out because this hasn't happened before. This is on me for not checking. I should have checked. I'm not used to that yet because I have my speed tune done and I don't ever put speed into Clan Boss. Like as an area bonus. So when you go here to your area bonuses, and you're doing this bonus, I typically leave untouched. It's okay if you want to add speed to your Clan Boss because you want to be able to get faster for whatever reason. Like if you're trying to reach a really, really high speed tune and this helps you get there, that's great. And I should check every time. That's on me. But you should know, everybody should know that this is potentially a problem when you're speed tuning, right? Like if you don't account for that, like I didn't today, you're going to have exactly what happens. And what happened today is you put everything into the speed tune and then you're like, why is it not tuned? And it's because of this, I didn't account for this. So the good news is it should make your speed tuning easier because a lot of these champions are running relatively slowly, like at 150s and stuff. So we didn't touch this champion. When you pull a Crizia out of Relentless, just make sure that you account for that 20 speed, and you need to get her to, a build speed of 178. Now, there is a little bit of leeway here, right? We know that we can speed these champions up a little bit and slow them down a little bit. Look at the turn order changing, right? And that is based on the fact that we have another 177 champ. So if I slow this champion down a couple, then we have a couple of, extra speed we can go down. At a certain point, though, if you go too fast, you're going to change the speed tune. So it looks like 178. You can see here the helicath changes when I go from 178 to 179. We can't move the helicath. That's not allowed. So 178 is the maximum, but we can go down as long as we're faster than Godseeker and Neri. So we could probably move Godseeker and Neri down to 172. Skull Crusher can't go slower than 171. He's going to have to go at 171, which means Godseeker just needs to be one faster than him, and Acrisia just needs to be one faster than her. 171, 172, 173. As long as they're in that speed order, it can even be fractional. It doesn't even have to be a full speed. It could be like 171 and 171.1 and 171.2. Doesn't matter. As long as they're in that order and maintain that turn order, then you're going to have the buffs up at the right time. But you can't go faster than 178. Which means for you, 151 to 158 is the range for those three champions, right? And then all that speed that we put on Pythion, you're going to need to take off, knock him back down to 188, say, or one. I think the slowest he can go is, let's see, 185. So between 185 and then he can go up to, looks like 191, between 185 and 191. So if you want to like record the speeds that you actually need on your champions, it's 185 to 191 on Pythion, and then 151 to 158 on your three middle champions here, Acrisia, Skullcrown, and Godseeker and Neri. And remember, they need to be in the correct turn order in the rotation. And then we've got Helicath tuned. You don't have to touch him. Any questions? I'm sorry. You've lost all of me on this. All right. So what I'm going to tell you to do then is very simply, right? You're going to watch this little section of the video again. Like after it's going to be up. As soon as the live stream is over, you're going to watch this. Those are the speeds that you need. Right? So we need 188. I'll actually put them in here. We need 188, 154, 230, 151, and 152. Oops, not 52, 152. That's all you need to do. And the next, call it 2 or 3 days. Just get enough silver to rebuild to these speeds. That's all you have to do. Right? And again, you have a little bit of leeway. So if you miss by one for, Godseeker and Neri, if she's a little bit faster, just make sure that the speed order is that Acrisia is the 3rd fastest champion, Godseeker and Neri is the 4th fastest champion, and Skull Crusher is your slowest champion. And if you hit those speeds, then you're fine. Then you've got the tune. Come to me. I'll help you program the AI. We'll do it live. Maybe we'll even do it on a live stream or for a video, and you'll be good. And my guess is this tune is going to work just fine. I mean, now it's broken because I slowed everybody down by 20 speed. But we'll get you sorted. Don't worry. I feel bad about that. I'm sorry. I should have checked that speed right away. I'm not too worried about the sets and the Lore of Steel because, like, realistically, all we have to do is double check these 3 champions and make sure that those don't overlap. And I don't think they will. Because usually it only changes by up to 1 speed. And if we just gap those by 2 speed, it won't really matter. The other thing we'll do is we'll check all of the masteries to make sure you don't have any turn meter fill on anybody. So I will kind of go over this real quickly for everybody who's in the chat, in case you haven't seen this done before. If you have a champion who has to have the cooldown in the exact spot in the speed tune. So for instance, Pythion absolutely has to have the cleanse at the top of the 3rd column, right? Has to have it there. Cannot miss that spot with that skill. When you look at masteries, if you have a skill like this, if you have a mastery like this, has a 5% chance of decreasing a cooldown, you have to eliminate this. because there's a chance that that turns it from a 3-turn cooldown to a 2-turn cooldown. And if that happens one time, you lose your speed tune. So we would have to get rid of that. You don't have to get rid of Lore of Steel. You just have to account for it in the calculator. Likewise, you might have a champion that has a buff or a debuff. And so if you have rapid response that increases turn meter when a buff expires, you got to get rid of it. Same thing with a champion that has a debuff. You can't have arcane celerity. So these are the masteries that will throw a speed tune out of whack. And it's not that it won't tune. It's that the tune will start and then it'll break because the skill order changes based on the masteries, or the turn meter changes based on the masteries. So you just want to make sure that you get rid of these. So go ahead and, like I said, build your champions to those speeds. You've got the exact speeds. Don't worry about it. Get those speeds. Come see me in the Discord and we'll get you tuned and we'll make sure that it works. Okay. Oh man, that was a bit of an epic fail there. That was rough. So, yeah. So Night Flyer, we'll get you there. We'll get you there. We've got the speed tune. And then I'd like to show everybody because that was I was getting excited about that speed tune. I just did not expect to see the 20 speed there. And that's entirely on me. That's the first thing I should check. So sorry about that, buddy. All right. Do you have any other questions for me? You let me know. All right. All right, son. We're going to try again. I don't know if anybody's going to want me to do a takeover after they just saw that debacle.
Hey, it happens. Happens to the best of them.
All right, we're going to clear off the wheel and we're going to try again. I was thinking about it an hour into it. I'm like, this is going kind of long, but I think we can get it done. And then we couldn't get it done. And now I'm just like, I'm kind of heartbroken about it. I'm like, oh man, I wanted to see that work. I don't have a Krizia either. So that's fool for me. Fool for me. Fun for me. That would be fun for me to have the Akrizia done. But all right, so let's really quickly, let's go ahead and reset the wheel and let's get that spinning. We'll give it like 3 minutes. So everybody, if you're currently in the stream and you still are confident enough in me to let me take over your account and you want to take over, go ahead and react to the wheel in the Discord and we'll pull it in about 3 minutes.
Perfect. Yep, we've got the message reset. Everybody that's interested, go ahead and react.
Man, I wanted to see that team. All right. If you have never speed tuned a team before, let me do this for a second. I did a video recently on a 1-to-1 speed tune. Clan Boss speed tune. And that is like the basic place to start. And what you can do is you can add so you can come up here and you can see 1-to-1 ratios. So there are like even unkillables at 1-to-1. You can do this speed tune, right? This is Emic is your unkillable champion. Everybody's running at a 1-to-1 speed. Actually, in this case, they're using a slow boy who's running at a 2 to 3 speed. He's actually running slower than 1-to-1. So he's only taking 2 turns out of 3 turns. So you can run very slow. You don't need crazy gear. And you don't even need an unkillable champion to create a tune, right? You can just go ahead and do that. Now, when you have a 4-turn cooldown champion, often you want to run them at a 4 to 3 ratio. Because all that means is that cooldown will be applied once per full rotation of the boss. Oops, that's not what I want. So in this speed tune, if you see any color bar show up 4 times across one 3-turn rotation. So in this case, Jareg shows up 4 times. You'll notice the green one, Steel Skull, shows up 4 times. Right? Yellow only shows up 3 times. Purple only shows up 3 times. And orange only shows up 3 times. So we have 2 champions here who are going 4 times for every 3 of the clan boss. That's what that 4-3 ratio is. That means if they have a 4-turn cooldown, it gets applied once in the full rotation. Right? If they're going at a 1-to-1 ratio and they have a 3-turn cooldown, it gets applied once in the full rotation. If you need to do more than that, you need to go faster, right? But so you can basically create a team out of any combination of 4-turn cooldowns and 3-turn cooldowns. Anybody with a 3-turn cooldown just goes once per turn. Anybody with a 4-turn cooldown goes 4 times per 3 turns of the clan boss. And that's the foundation of a speed tune. And it doesn't matter if it's killable or unkillable. Once you start going faster than that, you need to go faster at specific rates of speed in order to get those cooldowns to come back in sync. So if you have a 3-turn cooldown, the best speeds are 3 to 3, so that's a 1-to-1 ratio, 6 to 3, so a 2-to-1 ratio, or 9 to 3, which is a 3-to-1 ratio, because then the cooldowns line up again. So that's sort of the speed component of speed tuning. Lining everything up is the headache afterwards. But getting the speeds, right, understanding why you want the speeds that you want, that's the first step. So one of the things that Nightflyer was saying is that, like, you've completely lost me. And so I'm sorry if sometimes, like, I'm trying to plan and explain simultaneously. But that's why there's those ratios. That's why there's a 1-to-1 ratio. That's why there's a 4-to-3 ratio. That's why there's a 2-to-1 ratio. It's all about the cooldowns. That's it. That's the only thing that really matters. If you have the option to do a 1-to-1 team or an option to do a 2-to-1 team in terms of ratio, so if you can go 3 turns for 3 turns, or if you can go 6 turns for 3 turns, you generally would rather go 6 turns for 3 turns, because that means everybody goes twice and gets twice as many hits. That means twice as many chances to apply debuffs. That means twice as many chances to apply damage. But that requires forcing those speeds up. And usually, typically, to go to 2-to-1, I can show you here. If you wanted to go to a 2-to-1 ratio, you're going to need some kind of speed champion pushing your team. So let's do this one. We'll look here at the Rabbit Eater. So you've got a Razzlevarg who's got a speed aura. You've got a Seeker who increases turn meter. And then you've got high speed requirements. And that's how you get to a 2-to-1. But 2-to-1 does more damage than 1-to-1. All right. So that's the basic there. So let's go ahead and did we spin the wheel?
If you're ready, we're ready.
We're ready. Let's spin the wheel. I've never explained that in a video, I don't think. I don't think I've ever explained it that way in a video before.
All right, we've got a winner, Alpha Bear.
Alpha Bear. Yeah, my wheel doesn't spin for some reason. It just gets stuck. Alpha Bear. All right, so pop into the Discord, the coaching voice area, and then you can go ahead and send me a DM with your account information, and we'll get started here. Ooh.
Howdy, howdy.
Somebody said hello to me in general chat. Hi.
No, yeah, that was Nightflyer because he, I think he was maybe having some issues with his Discord. He's like, I'm here.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, maybe 2 Discord accounts. Maybe that was the issue. In the wrong Discord account. Whoops. We got 100 people here right now. Yeah, don't forget to smash that like button. Ian Godwin says, when do we start a vote for Sun to get a takeover so Colred can finally get to play with Geomancer? Right?
Got him.
Joseph says, while we wait, any tips for a hard Doom Tower? Yes. There are 3 ways to clear the waves. All right, 3 team compositions that you want to focus on. One is you can nuke them out. Don't do that for Doom Tower hard. The second one is go crowd control. Remember, turn meter is a form of crowd control. Freezes, stuns, slows is part of that. Provokes can be okay as well. So definitely consider building a team that has some form of crowd control. You need to go fast, by the way, for any of the teams. It doesn't matter. You need to go fast because as you climb Doom Tower hard, the speeds get high. You need to be at like either your fastest champion, your turn meter filler needs to be above 250, like 256, I think. If you could get him to 256, like if you have a Seeker at 256, a Deacon Armstrong at 256, somebody like that at 256, then you probably have a shot to get faster. But you can't, even your slow champions have to run close to that. Otherwise, you know, your enemies are going to get to go first and you're going to be in trouble. And then the third option is to just go pure tank, which can be tricky against certain floors, like more to macabre floors, but otherwise can be very useful. So think about champions like Mithrala, any defensive base damage dealers. Newt's great. And you can also mix and match. You can do a little bit of tankiness and a little bit of turn meter control and a little bit of CC, and that can be really good. Also, another tip, feel free to manual, especially individual floors. Sometimes your team just won't auto them, but you can manual to get past them. And once you're past them, you don't care because it's just a floor. So you're just trying to get to the next boss anyway. And then I guess my final tip for Doom Tower Hard would be watch my videos on the bosses. Because I have videos on most of the bosses now. I think I haven't done the Frost Spider yet. And I haven't done Magma Dragon. But I think I've got every other boss out there. Did we do one on Scarab Boss, son? Do you know?
I believe so.
I think we did Scarab Boss. I'm not 100% sure we thought about it. But anyway, so, you know, watch the videos and hopefully that'll help you build compositions for the boss fights.
I know for sure you mentioned them at some point because you talked about my my cheese strat with Apothecary and Wukong.
Yeah. So, okay, dude. I've got a direct message here. Let me see. Yep, I need your email address and your password. Joseph says, so if I had a team with Artak, Vizix, Syl, Ragash, and Apothecary, that sounds beautiful. That sounds really good, Joseph. Like, I think that would, you know, you're going to struggle with specific floors. I don't know the speeds that you have or all the stats that you have. But Vizix gives you an AoE slow and an AoE provoke plus turn meter decrease. She is a god tier champion for Doom Tower for a lot of the bosses and all of the floors, really. Syl of the Drakes gives you an AoE stun, an A1 slow, obviously the heals. So she is also god tier for waves. Artak is going to be your HP burner to help you clear. If you have Artak in a stun set, by the way, he's even better for Doom Tower waves as long as you also have the accuracy. Ragash is great. That's an AoE stun and increased speed, a strengthen buff, plus the decreased defense and all the stuff that's going on there. And Apothecary gets your team moving. So if your Apothecary is over 255 speed, so if that Apothecary is running at like 270, 280, something like that, which you might be running your Apothecary at, between that and Ragash's increased speed, like you'll have increased speed up 100% of the time if you stagger them, you should potentially be fast enough to at least go first with your Vizix, who can then either use your AoE provoke or your AoE slow to help your team go. Now, you have good crowd control there. You definitely have good crowd control, but the crowd control probably isn't 100% because neither Syl nor Ragash is, like Ragash is 100% AoE, but he's going to weak hit against some champions. And then it's on a 3-turn cooldown. And then Syl's is not 100%. So there's going to be potentially a gap in there. That's where the slow helps. That's where the turn meter control helps. So you may want to like manual target that Vizix in order to knock back turn meter on specific champions. That team's going to do just great though. All right, I got the info. We're going to try this out. So go ahead and let me know what it is that you'd like me to take a look at on your account today. And hopefully I'll remember to look at area bonuses. Looking to improve dungeon runs. Clan boss, I can 3-key nightmare, still a new account. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and take a look at your account real quickly. Closing in on 210 days. All right. Not too far off from Vizix. That's exciting. She's a fantastic champion. And you're looking to improve dungeon runs. Let's take a look at your dungeon runs. Do you any specific dungeon that you're prioritizing? Like you're doing stage 20 here on Dragon. So maybe Fire Knight. Ice Golem. What about Spider? Where's Spider looking? 18. Spider. Any particular ones that you want to prioritize? Fire Knight, probably. Okay. I'll also take a look, see if we can see let's see your Spider Den team here. Double Cold Heart. That's kind of an interesting team, to be honest. That's not a bad team. Yeah. Yeah, that's an interesting team. We have plenty of energy here. I want to run this team and see how it works. Second Cold Heart's not fully geared anymore. Okay. The level 50? Yeah, she doesn't have boots and stuff. Okay. Okay, but you potentially you don't need her. You do have your Scylla the Drakes. Not built yet, but on the way. Scylla the Drakes could be the missing link there, potentially. Like the missing component. You could just pull this and put in your Syl. And that could be great, right? Because Syl is going to get you another potential slow on the boss from a different affinity, stuns for the Spiderlings, heals for your team, which might get you 2 rounds. You know, one of the problems with the team that you had is that it's basically a one-shot team, but if you're not one-shotting the boss, then the boss is going to heal, consume all the Spiderlings, spit the damage at you, and potentially ruin your team. Scylla the Drakes helps you prevent that because you don't have to one shot anymore. She gives you maybe enough sustain that you can go 2 or 3 boss turns, and that might just be all you need to do. So consider something like this. You know, obviously, how fast your Artak is going matters. 180 is not bad. He's in a poison set. I'm sorry, a toxic set. That's interesting. That's a way to get extra damage out there in some ways. I don't know that this is... I don't know that I've really seen this before. Do you have him as a solo champion? Is he soloing something? I mean, typically you'd see him in full regen for a solo set, a solo champion, and he'd be running faster. So I'm assuming this is just maybe a good set that you had. You know, you had some good pieces and you put him in that. So he could potentially get better. His accuracy is fine, by the way, at 225. That's where you need it for those dungeons. But I would love to see him running up at 220 or 240. And potentially have, you know, if you level up his chest piece and his gauntlets, you can have more HP, you can have more defense. But yeah, this is a solid team. With the HP burn and the turn meter control, you could be very good here. Another thing that you could do potentially is you could bring in a champion like Maneater. Maneater also has a 100% decreased turn meter, but also has a 100% AoE decrease attack, which can really reduce the amount of damage that the spiderlings do and the boss does. So if you are going several turns, you would probably run him in conjunction with the Sill of the Drakes, but you could potentially put him in place of, let's say, Armiger, and then you could do this. So, once you start getting them built and you're moving in that direction, this could be very good. Yeah. This could be really good. I don't think you'll have a lot of trouble pushing this stage because Artak by himself is basically a perfect spider solution. All you need to make sure is that you're running fast enough and you keep everybody alive long enough for him to get the job done. And typically it only takes maybe 4 or 5 cycles for him to get the job done at 20, maybe even faster. So I think you're okay there. I don't think you have a lot to do, but obviously, Sill of the Drakes is phenomenal. You need to build Sill of the Drakes. So let's take a look at your Fire Knight team. Okay. It's okay. It's not bad. I don't know that Taragi's bringing you a lot here. So let's look at your roster. Now, Vizier, I know, is a multi-hitter, but I don't actually run this champion. I don't know this champion that well. So I know that he's good for Fire Knight. Triple hitter on the A1, that's beautiful. Double hitter, placing block buffs, decrease attack, heal reduction, debuff spread, perfect veil. Okay. You do have brimstone on him, and you have attack aura in all dungeons. This is another dungeon where Maneater and Sill of the Drakes will also help you. The slow here on the A1 is incredibly powerful. Now, you do have a potential slow from... where's your Haikatoon? Haikatoon also has a slow on the A1. So getting this booked out to get that extra 15% chance and run it up to a 40% chance instead of a 25% chance, that's significant. Likewise, getting the extra chance here for the turn meter decrease and the extra cooldown, that's also significant. If you're going to use her as a turn meter control champion, you want her fully booked. If you're only going to use her as a speed boost champion, you don't need her fully booked. So this is one of those, like, you can or you don't have to kind of scenarios depending on how you use her on your account. I'm not seeing any other speed or turn meter fill champion. You don't have a Deacon Armstrong. I don't know if you have an apothecary. You have an heiress. Yeah, I mean, everybody can get Diabolus, but so Haikatoon is your engine. So you're going to use her in a lot of places. So when you're running her into these two specific dungeons, Spider and Fire Knight, her slow and her turn meter decrease are really important. So you're going to want her booked. So this guy, yeah, that's what I thought. All right, so this guy also has a speed aura in all dungeons of 24%, and he has a double hitter on his A1. and each one has a 50% chance of placing decreased speed. I don't know that this guy is phenomenal. I don't know him that well, but this guy could potentially be this actually, he could be really good also for these two fights. This is a more reliable slow. Each hit has a 50% chance. So it's a 75% chance of landing a decreased speed. 24% speed aura in dungeons. He doesn't have a turn meter fill, right? He's not a turn meter booster or a speed booster. But his AoE grants him turn meter based on each critical hit, which means he's going to get an extra turn, which means this is effectively on a 2-turn cooldown. And then here, this steals the target's turn meter. It's however much turn meter the target has. So great on both bosses because it's also going to get him that turn meter and then places a weaken if it's critical. This is also about critical hits, so you're going to have 100% crit rate on him. Now you can weak hit with this guy, but that's fine. That's not a huge deal. So this could potentially be your solution for both of these, or at least part of your solution for both of these dungeons. I actually think this guy is great. Let's see how he's rated here. Fire Knight, he's rated low. And Spider, he's rated low. And I don't know why. It's got a decreased speed A1, 50%. That's 75% chance. AoE with turn meter fill. A weaken with turn meter steal. Looks good to me. Honestly, looks like a decent champion to me. Do his stats suck or something? Anybody got any insight here as to why this champion is so poorly rated? I just remember that he was an A1 slow champion. I've never actually run him for anything. Oops, not. Come on, where was he? Crowhawk. There you go. 1487 attack, which is decent. 96 speed's a tiny bit slow. He's got the extra crit damage. His stats aren't awesome, but his kit looks solid to me. Anyway, let's assume for a second we're not using him. Let's go ahead and go into the Fire Knight and see if we can figure something out for this. All right, so we need to get through the waves. I know this is actually not bad, so I might put him back in. Decreased attack, decreased defense, an AoE with, or an A1 with double hits. Phantom Touch here. Phantom Touch counts as an extra hit against Fire Knight, by the way. All right, let's try this. Yeah, stage 18. Now I'm going to manual it in the second round. Looks like the speeds might be too slow. We don't have sustain on this team, so we have to be going fast enough that the waves never get a turn. Because we're not going to get any health back. We don't have a leech. We don't have a healer. We don't have anything like that. So it might just be that we're a little bit too slow. Potentially, you can program the AI here to get you some better results. Likewise, I'm like, Kale is strong affinity here, and he did not hit particularly hard. So that's concerning. So I'll look at the builds for these champions in just a second. I mean, the good news is you've got good champions. Not, you've built some good champions. Duke the Pierce is a phenomenal champion. You've got your cold hearts. That's really nice to get your cold hearts early on in your account. You did the right thing with your Haikatoon by having you need an engine. You need a go bot. You need somebody who pushes everything. And Haikatoon is the only champion on your account that I saw that does that. You've got your Scylla the Drakes coming. She's going to move your account. She's gonna help you solve every single dungeon. All 4 dungeons, she should be on your team. So, this is not gonna work. So, once you get Scylla the Drakes built in, it's gonna be a lot easier. She gives you sustain. She gives you the stun for the wave. She gives you the slow, and the turn meter decreases on the boss. She's nice and tanky. She's easy to build. She works everywhere. I mean, she's such a beautiful champion for where you are in the game. She's actually the perfect champion for you to start working on. So yeah, let's take a look at the builds. All right, so this guy's running at 178. He's in lifesteal gear and a broken set. Okay. Duke the Pierce is running in 183 with some sustain. Okay, not too bad. He's got 3,700 defense, which is solid. His accuracy is 192, which is just a tad low, but not too bad. You could potentially get him there, so that's not too bad. He does have crit rate, which he doesn't need. I don't think he needs crit rate, right? He doesn't need crit rate to land anything. No, he does. Never mind. You need 100% crit rate. To land the decreased defense. That's right. Okay. So good. Yeah, good build. Good build. Haikatoon, 251. Nice speed. Resistance on the chest plate is probably something that you want to swap out. You may just have this because it's your fastest chest plate and you use her in arena. That makes sense. So if that's the case, it's all right. Sorry, I'm just reading some chat here. Yeah, that's fine. If that's your only, speed piece, that's totally fine. All right, so let's see. Let's look at the other champions. Coldheart here, running at 170. Decent accuracy at 226. Running at 92% crit rate. You don't need the maximum crit rate here. You only need 70% for the Heartseeker, so that's fine. Kale. This is why he didn't hit so hard, right? He's only at 54% crit rate and not a lot of crit damage. Who was your starter champion? Was it El Hain? Or was it Kale? Because you've built both. El Hain was your starter champion? Okay. And now she's not built either. You've pulled gear off of her. Okay. Let's look at these boots for a second. Speed boots with double roll and a crit rate. Do you use either of these champions right now for anything? Do you use either El Hain or Kale for anything? You use Kale and Dragon. Okay. All right, so who's your arena nuker? I mean, you've got a Wukong here. You use Wukong. Okay. Okay. All right, so I think what I'm going to do, let's see how much silver we have. We got 17 million silver. Do you mind if I rebuild a couple of champions here? All right, so I think the first thing we're going to do is we're going to build Kale for dungeons. You want him for dungeons. He's a great dungeon damage dealer. So he's going to help you in Fire Knight because he's got this 4-hitter. You know, he's going to help you break the shield there. And then he does a lot of damage, so he can be really good. He's got poisons. Obviously, you can use him in Clan Boss if you wanted to. I think you've got your shield break. That's not a problem. You're going to break the shield here. And Cold Heart probably by herself. In fact, you know what? Maybe we don't need to do that. No, we need a wave clear champion. That's the problem. But we could potentially bring in our attack for the waves. The thing is, we're not going fast enough. Even with your, I mean, this is a good high Katoon. Even with your high Katoon, we're not going fast enough. So I don't think our attack's going to do the wave clearing job, which means you need a nuker. Let's see if you got a stun set. Do you have a stun set? No. Do you have anybody in a stun set? Nope. Okay, so no stun pieces. You've got some perception gear here, which is not bad. All right, so this is what I think. I think one, Scylla the Drake's coming up is going to help you a ton. Two, Artak is a wave content god, and he should be used everywhere. Like, you should be using him in a lot of places. I think we need to get him out of the toxic set, and we need to get him into a better set. We need to get him more speed. I want to get him up over, at least over 210. So we need to get him 30 more speed. We want to maintain that accuracy. And we can, you know, if we can push his HP or his defense or whatever, that would be great. We can potentially run him in. No, we can't. Oh, yeah, maybe we could potentially run him in regeneration if we had it. Doesn't look like we have much regeneration either. But it looks like you have perception. Let's see if you have any forge materials that we could use. Guardian, that's not bad. We could potentially go for Guardian for somebody. You got no more instinct that you can run. And you do have Defiant, and obviously Defiant is the current one. You were just doing Dragon over and over. Okay. Well, let's do a rebuild here. We've got some silver. Let's see if we can get your Artac to a good place, and then maybe we'll see if we can't figure out that Fire Knight scenario. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. All right. So let's first of all look at the pieces that you've got here in Immortal. Those look good. You got speed there, you got speed there, so that's nice. All right, so let's go ahead and look for some speed boots. Accuracy would not be bad. Relentless could be interesting on him. Guardian would be okay, but he's not really that kind of tank. Do we want retaliation? Probably not. Let's see if we can find anything that's... No, okay. Are you trying to not get your Haiku tune faster? Like, are you trying to keep her down for a speed tune in Arena? Or do you not care? Gotcha. Okay. So the reason I'm asking is because these two pieces are potentially good on Artac, and we could get her faster by getting her into the speed boots and the speed set. We do want to maintain or push her accuracy if possible. So if we were looking at these, you know, like if we could get accuracy, that's also good for Artac though. And it doesn't have enough speed, I don't think. Yeah, because you're going to be trading away too much speed. Okay. So let's go back to Artac here. Let's do this. That's such a beautiful piece for Artac. That's really nice. That's going to be really nice for Artac. All right, and then let's look at maybe these. And now we need to look at these two pieces. We need speed substats and preferably accuracy substats. We don't have anybody who's got both, really. Let's look at HP. Wow. All right. Let's look at HP with accuracy. Roll this up a little bit. I don't mind resistance. I'd like it accuracy. If we could land one roll in accuracy, that would be nice. That's unfortunate, but might not matter. All right, let's go ahead and look at yeah, not happening. Do you have Eris in a particular build, or can I take this piece from her? Okay. Yeah, I'm not really, I mean, we're getting a little bit of speed, but we really need speed substats, and we don't have them. I mean, if we just did these two pieces, and let's say we just did substats of speed. Like, is there any, here we go. Let's see. That's HP percentage. That's nice. Attack percentage, which is completely useless. Defense percentage is fine. Okay. The helmet is nice, but unfortunately we need a chest piece in a set, and we can break a set. We don't have, I mean, we can use, that if we had to, but I would prefer not to, because these are like nice pieces that could create a set. Like, I don't want to break a bolster set when you really use a good bolster set, and this is a great bolster piece. Now protection is good as a broken set, because you're going to get that bonus of that 20 resist. So, and if you maybe have an amulet or something that's a protection set, you can get the HP as well. So if we had to break the helmet, like, this would make sense. But really what we need to do is we need to break the chest piece. Okay. All right, this is going to move us in the right direction. Let's start rolling these up a little bit. I'm hoping for at least a double roll into speed here. That'd be really nice. Don't give me any speed? Nope. No speed for you. No speed for you. This doesn't matter. Let's just bring this up. In fact, I'm just gonna run these up. That's okay. Yeah, that's the luck for gear for everybody. It just always feels bad, right? Go ahead and run this up to 12. All right. Now, you can see we've already gotten 28 more speed here, and we still have, some glyphs we can apply. So that feels pretty good. We've got a little bit of extra accuracy, which is great. That doesn't hurt. We've gained some resistance. We've lost some HP, but you can get that back, or at least some of it back, by rolling this up to, let's just roll it up to 16. Okay, so now you actually are gaining HP, right? You got all of that back. More defense, more HP, more speed, more resist, more accuracy. Looks like a nice step up for this guy. Again, not running fast enough yet, but we still have some glyphs to go. We might be able to get him to 220. I'm also going to check your banner. See if there's a banner with speed. Doesn't look like there is. Maybe there's speed here and accuracy on that one. And then you've got speed on yours, but it's not glyphed on an accuracy banner. But that's fine. I don't need to strip that off of Duke the Pierced. It's like, that's totally fine. All right, so we're going to be able to get a little bit more speed here. So let's go ahead and glyph these. See what our glyphs look like. We don't have a lot of glyphs. There we go. So it doesn't look like we'll be able to get to 220, but we should be able to get to 210 here. Maybe 212, something like that. I'm sorry, I should glyph these all the way up. I hate half glyphed items. I shouldn't do that to you. Let's do that, and then do that. And then go back and get this and glyph this the rest of the way. Accuracy, a little bit of accuracy is good. Attack is fine, whatever. It doesn't do anything, but we'll glyph it just so it's glyphed. All right, so this feels better. Let's run this up to 12. Maybe we'll get some speed here. Nice. Very nice. Let's actually put this on. So was one. All right. So there you go. Now we're running at 215. That's really nice. 220 is just sort of a benchmark that I have for myself. So the speeds, you can check the speeds in any given stage of the dungeons, but generally you want to run everybody at twice as fast as the enemy, with your turn meter fill from Haikatoon, like it's not as critical. But again, if he gets more turns, remember, he's your wave clear. The danger for your team right now is that the wave's going to get a turn and kill your squishies who are handling the boss, like Coldheart. You can't have your Coldheart die. So the faster he goes, the more turns he gets, the more likely he is to burn through the enemy. So this is a nice upgrade for him. And then let's go ahead and... I want to look at the team just one more time before I start rebuilding everybody here. Yeah, so the question on this becomes, if we're using an HP burner to burn through the waves, do we need the decreased attack and decreased defense? Do we need Duke the Pierce at all in this fight? He's got a double hitter on his A1. If we want the boss to never go, then that doesn't matter. The decreased attack doesn't matter. Decreased defense is nice, but it's more about control. Now, he does help clear the waves with that decreased attack and or decreased defense anyway. But like I said, if we're using HP burns, maybe it doesn't matter. And maybe it's just speed that matters. Yeah, let's see what happens here if we just do this. We're just kind of experimenting to try to save a little bit of effort on the rebuilds. Like if we can just do this with one guy, I think, one of the things you want to think about is how many hits do you get. Remember that Coldheart gets 4 hits, and I forget the legendary's name here. He gets a triple hit on his A1. So that's 7 hits on A1s right there. You have the slow from Haikatoon. That's an 8th hit. Right now you have 2 hits from Duke the Pierce. That's 9 and 10. And then you have Artak, which is 11. And I think that's all you need up to stage 20. You only need 10. I think at 25 it's 12, right? So let's see if we can get through the waves. Because I don't think you're going to have trouble with the boss. I think the waves are the issue. I should run this. See what happens. All right, so I mean, you're chewing up the waves here. They are getting a turn, but that was pretty good. That felt okay. The question is, can Artak roll through the second wave as well? You've got the Warlords there, or I think those are Warlords, right? Or they've Rasks. I don't know. The provokes definitely play here if you're not fast enough. So keeping Duke out there and the decreased attack actually helps a lot too. So, who would you replace this with? You would replace this with Syl. Because that AoE stun will do more work for you than the provoke. The heals will keep you going. If somebody dies, that won't be a problem. You got the turn meter control on the boss. You got the slows on the A1. So I think when you get Syl, you pull Duke the Pierced. And again, Artak gets you through the waves. So now, do we get enough hits in? We got enough hits in. Can we get a slow on the boss or a turn meter decrease? Not yet. And we don't have a cleanse, and now we're slowed, which is a little bit unfortunate. But we should break the shield nice and early here. There it is. And so we should get the turn meter decrease now. We got that. If we landed a slow here, it would be easier. Without the slow and without a second turn meter decrease, the boss is going to get turns, and we have no sustain. Syl is the perfect solution. She's the perfect solution. She gives you sustain. She gives you a slow. She gives you additional turn meter decrease. So even though you're losing a hit on the A1, because I think, no, she's got a double hitter on the A1, right? So you're not losing any hits there. So this will work. And our attack, by the way, will help you cruise through Dragon. It'll help you cruise through. Obviously, we know Spider. We just talked about Spider. So we can take him into Spider and see how he does there now. So if this is going to lose right now, it's simply because we don't have any sustain and we don't have enough turn meter to prevent the boss from taking a hit. Your other option here, which is not a bad option, by the way, is bring back that second Cold Heart. I would probably swap the elf guy out because you're going to get a 4-hitter instead of a 3-hitter, and you're going to get the turn meter decrease. But here we're getting through 18. So we worked our way through 18 right there. So that's, at least one more level. Now, one of the things to know about 18 is Spirit Affinity. And so we're all, we've got strong affinities here. But Vizier here, that's the guy's name. Vizier here is probably, even though he's really good in terms of breaking shields, he doesn't bring any turn meter decrease or anything like that. So you've got him halfway booked. I might not book him any further. I don't know where else you're going to use him. I mean, the block buff, debuff is nice. Decrease attack is fine. Like, these are all good for... Okay, so this is one of the reasons why. This is the heal reduction. Okay, I get it. So because the Fire Knight is getting extra turns, you want that heal reduction and that decrease attack out there. The better long-term strategy is to prevent the boss from going at all, right? So let's say we took a look at your Cold Heart here. Just trying to see if we can maybe get you a really nice build on the second Cold Heart, because that would be valuable. And then you don't have to worry about legendary books or epic books, Question is, can we be fast enough? And can we be accurate enough? And I don't know, based on the gear yet, if we can do that. You only need 70% crit rate, though, so... You farm 200 runs of Dragon during the ×3 speed event. Yeah, unfortunately, sometimes you just don't get much out of it. This is the one. That's not bad. What about the gloves? Is it crit rate? Yeah, so potentially we could drop the crit rate, maybe if we could get the crit rate in our substats. This is a very nice glove. I want to look at your main. I want to look at your main Cold Heart now. Yeah, We're gonna make a little headway here, I think. All right. By the way, this is a beautiful shield. This is a beautiful shield. That could definitely go on like your high Katoon. I mean, if you're trying to run just speed gear on your high Katoon, then maybe not. But if you're trying to push accuracy at all, that could run on your high Katoon. It could also run on Duke the Pierced if you have enough crit rate. Could run on any debuffer, really, any tanky debuffer that you want to put that on. That's a great shield. I mean, maybe you just don't have the champ for it right now, so you haven't done that. All right, let's see. Let's look at these accuracy pieces. Not bad. Those are kind of disappointing, huh? Like they bring crit damage, but that's really it. Let's see if we can get something like that. Would that be? That's why these boots were so good. No, I don't think we can go with lifesteal. So if we're sticking with the speed boots, we definitely want accuracy and or crit rate. We want to make sure we maintain that 70% crit rate. Don't have a ton of options with accuracy. What about with crit rate? This would be a nice upgrade, potentially. I think that's potentially the best. And then let's look at, we need these two, these three. We're looking for speed. Can't find speed and crit rate. Let's see if we can find crit rate and accuracy. I don't mind a defensive chest plate on a cold hard. That can be good. HP is generally better than defense, though. Let's roll this up a little bit. Let's see what we hit. We're losing a lot of speed there. Why are we losing so much speed? That chess piece must just have a lot of speed on it, huh? Where's that stalwart piece? Yeah, 14 speed there. And also, it's an accuracy chess plate. Gotcha. So yeah, it can be tough to get, like, for champion like Coldheart, you want crit rate, crit damage, accuracy, and speed. You don't need attack percentage on her, but then you also want maybe a little bit of like HP. So it can be tricky to build her the right way. She can be really stat hungry. What I'd like to do is see her speed increase. Right now, I'm having trouble doing that. In this case, what we've done here is drop that extra crit rate, getting closer to the 70%, because we don't really need the extra crit rate. We don't care about the A1 or A2. We just care about the crit rate on the A3, which has 30% built in, and push that crit damage, right? So that's why we were hoping to get this crit damage gauntlet onto this build. Now, this crit damage gauntlet has one roll into crit rate, which is nice. That's fine. That definitely makes it viable. It doesn't have any speed, but there's a little speed in the set and accuracy in the set. And again, it doesn't have accuracy as a substat. So I was hoping to get the accuracy back by, getting a second perception set here. Like potentially getting rid of that chest plate and getting a 40 accuracy plus getting a little bit of speed. That would give us 5 speed or so. But because it's an accuracy chest plate, we'd lose the accuracy from the chest plate. So unless there was an accuracy chest plate just lying around somewhere, primary stat, accuracy, substats, anything, it doesn't matter. But see, there aren't that many. So maybe it doesn't have crit rate on it. So maybe what we can do is we can swap out. This has 15 speed. And we still have the accuracy. We have some HP and defense on it, which is not bad. So if we did that, then we could potentially look at these two pieces and see if we can swap one of them out for perception. Now we've got this that has 9% crit rate, so we can't lose crit rate. And we have the piece that we just put on, which has 15% crit rate, and it has speed, which I think the helmet does not. So, but this one also has 31 accuracy, so that's going to be a little bit tricky to replace. But so let's say if we looked at a helmet in perception, do we have a helmet in perception that gives us a little bit of everything? Again, we can't lose more than 2 crit rate. So we would need crit rate. And I think this is what we found before. There wasn't anything with accuracy, speed, and crit rate. And then these are, so this puts us in a situation where we have a broken set, which isn't the worst thing in the world, but we've lost now the accuracy that we need. So even though the stats here are decent, like we still want more speed and we still want more accuracy. Now we can get some accuracy back on this. You're going to get an additional 28 accuracy, which would put you in a nice spot. So really what we need is we just need like one perception piece to fit into one of these 3 spots. And it doesn't feel like we currently have the right match of pieces. Now, I don't mind running broken sets. It's not that you can't run broken sets, but you can't run broken sets and lose your stats, right? Like if you're trying to get those stats, you're trying to get them back in the exact same places that you're trading them away. So this piece actually looks good. Right? Like if we did this, you can see how much we get back. We've got the crit rate on it. If we did that, we're only 10 shy of where we were on the accuracy. We did lose some speed, which we're trying not to do. We're trying to gain speed, but we can glyph back the speed. This makes us a little more survivable, more defense, more HP, a little bit less attack, but that doesn't matter. Crit rate's where it needs to be. Crit damage is a lot better. This is sort of a marginal improvement. This is not a great improvement, but it's not bad. It's moving in the right direction. The crit damage bonus here is so much better. Like we've doubled basically our crit damage. So it's so much better. Let me see what we've got here. All right, so we can definitely do better here because there's a crit damage piece with accuracy. So let's roll this up and see how we do here. We roll into accuracy. That could get us our accuracy back. That's going to get us some of our accuracy back. And it's going to boost our crit damage even more. I'm gonna max that out. Oof, that was a little bit expensive there. But yeah, okay. And let's go ahead and let's glyph that out as well. Let's throw some glyphs on there. And let's try that on. All right. Our accuracy is good now. Accuracy is very good now. Now let's just look at the banner. You could get a ton of accuracy here. So we could actually go back to our pieces and start to swap out. Like we might not need this accuracy chest piece anymore, although this has got great speed on it. But with an accuracy banner, which it looks like maybe you don't have currently, that's all. You just don't, you have this accuracy banner, but he's not using it. He's not doing anything with it, right? You're using him in Dragon. Never mind. Never mind. You are using him in Dragon. So the question is, do I want to pull this piece either? I think I do. Cold Heart's more valuable to you right now. And he's not running at 100% crit rate anyway, so I don't care about pulling crit rate off of him. So how fast can we get, though? How much faster can we get? Okay. You're okay with swapping Kale out of Dragon? So what I would say is this. For right now, I think this is a good swap. But a couple of things you're going to want to look for. One is you're going to want to look for an accuracy banner with speed substats. So you're going to get into Spider, and you're going to run that to try to get the accuracy up and get the speed up. You want to run Cold Heart at like 210, 215, somewhere around there if you can get her to that. It's not 100% critical because you have a fast Haikatun who's pushing her. But the faster you can get her, the more Heartseekers she gets out, and then the more turn meter control that you have. So, I would like to see this pushed. The accuracy doesn't need to be, if you're just running her in dungeons, if that's where you're running her and you don't worry about Doom Tower, if you're just running her in dungeons, all you need is 225 accuracy, right, for up to level 20. If you're running her past level 20, then you need more. But 225 to 250 accuracy is all you need. So potentially you can get her out of this accuracy chest plate by getting her an accuracy banner. The accuracy banner is going to give you all of the same accuracy. So it's going to be just as much. And it's got a speed substat. That's also going to allow you to potentially, get out of this chest plate and put something with HP percentage on it, preferably. But again, you need the speed. Right now, this has speed rolls, so you don't want to be giving away this speed. So yeah, we're gonna take all the stats here we can. Potentially you could get her into speed set. That would push the speed a little bit. Get the accuracy out, put speed in. Let me just double check before I walk away that that's not something we can do right now. I didn't see a chess piece here, so yeah, you may be able to get her into speed gear. I don't think you can right now, but you may be able to get her speed gear in these spots. And potentially, you don't need to focus on accuracy. Just make sure you maintain that 70% crit. This is going to do a lot more damage. Let's go ahead and make that swap. Now let's get back into dungeon. We're going to try to push 19 here. We're going to use the same team. Yeah, we're going to use the same team. Now, here's the other thing. Like the decrease attack, our attack has that. So Duke the Pierce is really here for the provoke and the decreased defense. And I'm not sure that that's going to play out on full auto the way you would expect it to. Like if you were manualing, you could make that work better. But at full auto, first of all, like I think we'd have to program it into the AI to get any value out of it because his provoke isn't actually working, right? Because he's putting it out before they actually even go. So it might work more on the second wave because of the timing. Depending. If he puts it out here on the first, he doesn't put it on the first hit. If he puts it on the second hit, that's when they're more likely to go because of the speed difference. So the provoke would play a little bit there. Like that provoke will play on that far side. But this provoke probably won't play because the champion's not going to get a turn. Okay. Didn't work out. So what I'm thinking about here is maybe we just pull Duke the Pierce as well. Let's pull him out and get somebody else in there who's actually going to give us something. Now, we could bring in Wave Clear. We could bring in another tank who gives us sustain. We could bring in, like, we're losing a double hitter, but we don't care. Let's go to the champions and just see how fast is your Hitatsu. We could get him decently fast. Now, he actually brings in sustain, right? So he still has the decreased attack. We still have that from our attack as well, but he also brings you increased defense and continuous heals. He also brings a leech for the boss. Now, he doesn't have a double hitter. Magnar's not really... I mean, this is an AoE provoke, which is slightly better than the non-AoE provoke. And he's not running too slow, 176. So he could potentially, maybe that's why you had him in there for that AoE provoke. He doesn't have a double hitter on his A1. How fast is he running? Ooh, very slow. Very slow. No, it is a single hit on her A1. Okay. This guy's fully booked. No masteries. Not built yet. you're going to speed tune them, then I don't want to necessarily gear them out just for you to have to take all that gear off. Just finished booking him today for Clan Boss. That's cool. Yeah. Let me do this for now. Now he's got the, he's going to have the, going to have the accuracy he needs. Let's see. That's not bad. He's wearing HP percentage there. Let's see. Yeah. All right, I'm just going to leave him alone for now. Just going to leave him alone. Going to leave him entirely. $196. Beautiful. All right, let's try this. So Fire Knight is really about speed. More than any other fight in the game, I think, that I can think of. Like, I mean, Clan Boss is about getting the right speeds, but in terms of just getting more speed, I feel like, you know, this is the fight where you just want more speed on everybody, because it's just literally about getting attacks on the boss, right? You don't even care about your debuffs. You just care about the fact that you want him to not go. And so if you can get through the waves, you know, and speed works on the waves as well. If you can get through the waves, which I did not do there, then potentially, you know, the boss is just literally like, the more hits you get in the same amount of time, the better off you are. I was hoping the sustain was going to be enough, but it's clearly not. And I don't think we can do that without Cold Heart. Yeah. I mean, this is the team, I think. Right? This is the team. So you're good. I mean, you know, we were able to push one stage here. I do think that Scylla the Drakes is the next champion that you're going to want to build up. Obviously, you just built Maneater for your Clan Boss team, so you want to get your Clan Boss team settled. But in terms of dungeons, when you get the time, start focusing on Scylla the Drakes. I would move away from Vizier. I don't think, like, I'm not saying don't take him out of this team. I'm just saying I don't think that I would book him out first. I think I might prioritize booking out Scylla the Drakes before Vizier. And I think this team is going to get you where you need to go, because that AoE stun is going to help you with the waves. The revive is going to help you in case Coldheart dies. The heals are going to make it less likely that she dies. And this, you're going to need to, again, run her pretty fast because you only have 1 turn meter fill here. But, if you can get her up over 180, 190, somewhere around there, that's going to be good. If you could get her up higher, that's great. But that's probably going to be your team for there. Let's go ahead and check out Spider, see if we've made any movement here in Spider with, So this is probably why you're having trouble here as well, because now we've got Artak as our Spiderling tank. So again, sustain is the issue here, and again, Tilda Drake is going to help you. Armiger's good here for this affinity because he's strong affinity. I'd like to see this. This could be really nice too. So once you get your Man-Eater built for Clan Boss, he's probably going to be moving pretty fast. He's going to be moving over 200 speed. So he's going to be really good in this fight. He's really strong against Spider because he's got the block debuffs buff, and that prevents the poisons. And then he's got the 100% turn meter decrease on the boss. And then he's also got the, it's actually a steal, so he gets to go again. And then he's got the decrease attack. So this is going to be really nice for you once you've got your Man-Eater built. But for right now, the question becomes, where do we get the sustain that we need? Now, this didn't work in Fire Knight. Will it work here? Are we fast enough here? And this also gives us a second magic champion to potentially target. So I'm going to actually just go ahead and manual this to see if it's even viable. One of the issues, of course, is going to be that because Artak is weak affinity, he's not going to land all of his HP burns. Yeah, we're not landing all of our debuffs here. But we don't necessarily need to farm here, right? We just need to get past this affinity. If we can get past this affinity and get to the next affinity, that should be significantly easier. And it does look like Hitatsu is taking the hits right now. So that's good. And we're burning all right. Now it's a switch. Let's get a slow out there. If we could land a slow, that would be super helpful. Meter decrease would be helpful. There we go. Get some of that out. Looks like Artak's probably going to die. We don't have Scylla the Drakes to bring him back. That slow would be helpful. The question is, can our Coldheart come around and kill this boss off? No, we still need one more turn. Boss is going to go. Ouch. Yeah, so being weak affinity here really, really hurts. Potentially, this is where you can... Like, you could maybe pull out the Armiger. I mean, the Armiger's good here, but I don't know that he's going fast enough to matter that much. Is he? Yeah, he's way too slow. That's the problem. He's not getting enough turns to keep the boss turn meter controlled. You definitely need to run him fast. So his base speed should be much, much higher. I would, say you need to add at least 40 speed for him to even be viable as a turn meter control champion. Your turn meter control champions should be extremely fast and accurate, and nothing else matters. we don't actually care much about his damage. It's nice to have it as a bonus. I know that he needs 100% crit rate to land his turn meter decrease. So you do want that. But then he just needs the accuracy and then all speed, right? So he's got the 225. He's got the 100% crit rate. You've got those two stats down. He doesn't actually need the lifesteal, right? Like you could put him in the lifesteal. That's fine. But like he just needs more speed. So yeah, if we were going to do something here to change this up. And unfortunately right now, it just feels like you have no apothecary and you have no like Rector Drath. You have no Runekeeper Dazdurk. So you don't have a cleanse and you don't have heals. And Scylla the Drakes will bring you the heals, or at least some heals. Let's see. Do you have anybody who's bringing a cleanse? This is a self cleanse of one buff, so that's why that's up there. You have Eris, and then you have Lady of Irith, but she's not built yet. She could be very good. She could potentially give you all the sustain you need. But I don't she's not better than Scylla the Drakes, right? She has a strengthen, which is nice. And she's got a cleanse, which is nice. So you can use her in conjunction with Scylla the Drakes when you want a really tanky, survivable team. Then you've got a strengthen, you've got continuous heals, you've got another continuous heal, you've got a cleanse, you've got the heals from Scylla the Drakes, you've got a slow, you've got a stun, you've got a revive. If you got a big HP in all battles aura here, and that can be really nice. I'm sorry, Reliquary Tender, not Eris. Yes, Reliquary Tender. She's not booked though, so she does have a revive. She could be useful in Spider. Absolutely, she could be. But right now, it feels like we're just not quite there to push it through. And this is the biggest issue. In order to get over the boss where you're weak affinity, you have to be a lot stronger, right? Artak is the perfect champion for this fight. And he's who you want at both level 20, where he's neutral affinity, and at level 25, where he's, again, neutral affinity. So he will clear all of this stuff up for you. You're going to get stuck at 19, and you're going to get stuck at 23. Because that's where Artak is weak affinity, and he's not bringing like everything that you need there. Now, you have another option, I think I saw on your roster. You have a Mordecai. Now, if he's got the accuracy and the speed, he's actually not that badly built. Like, he could potentially get us through. He might be able to get us through where Artak is weak affinity. So let's get rid of Armiger because he's not doing anything for us. And let's bring in Mordecai. And I know he's 50. And by the way, that doesn't matter. My Mordecai helped me clear level 25, and he was at 50. So let's try this. He became the spider tank because he's level 50. But we don't necessarily need him to do a whole lot. We just need him to get that one AoE HP burn out there. Right? Because Artak wasn't landing him. So let's go ahead and just let Artak go first, and then we'll go ahead and, you know what? Let's get the decrease attack out there on as many as we can. We hit 2. Okay. So let's get the HP burn out there. Now, this is where it matters. We just landed 10 out of 11 HP burns. Decreased turn meter attack. Now, let's see if we can get a slow on the boss. We never got a slow on the boss last turn. I don't know if we don't have the accuracy. All right, so now we can activate the HP burns, and that doesn't take accuracy. Boom, look at that hit. Doesn't take accuracy. Slow on the boss. We just don't have the accuracy on that. All right. Now we can try to get more HP burns out there. And you can see the damage ramping up. We still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 HP burns. Let's see if we can extend any of those. We did. Now maybe the Cold Heart can get us around. Maybe. She didn't hit particularly hard, did she? Yeah, and then the boss still gets its turn. Oh, well. Okay, so I think realistically, yeah, the initial part looked better. I think realistically here, you're in great shape. You're in such good shape. You are right on the cusp of breaking through all of these. Let's make sure we get you get that ancient shard there. You're right on the cusp. You are right on the cusp, and you have the champion. You have the exact champion you need. Right? So here, I'm so tempted to just build her out. I mean, you also need to ascend her. If you can't ascend her, then it doesn't matter. Yeah, it would be hard to ascend her. So, you need to get her ascended to 3 stars so she has this heal. She's going to solve Fire Knight for you. She's going to solve Spider for you. She's going to solve Ice Golem for you as well. And you're really close to what you need. So, unfortunately, I don't think we're not quite there today without, like, if I spent another hour rebuilding champions, maybe we could get there. But, you have a second Cold Heart, so you can certainly use a second Cold Heart. But I think potentially you can just use an HP burn strat, get fast, and burn through Spider. I think that the hardest part is going to be getting over the hump of the Force Affinity. And Scylla the Drakes is also weak affinity against that boss, but she'll extend your life and give you the revive, and the revive may actually be the thing that's needed. You'll get the Artak back, and then he'll get an HP burn out there, and then he'll die, and then you'll get the, maybe you can get the Hatatsu back, and then he'll get some heals out, and then he'll die, and you can go back and forth, I mean, Scylla the Drake's revive is on a long cooldown, but you might be able to, like, with the sustain and all of that, keep him alive. I don't know. Maybe you only need 1 or 2 more turns. And potentially, based on the damage, you might not even need the Cold Heart for anything other than just 1 turn of cooldown reduction, I'm sorry, not cooldown reduction. Cooldown or turn meter reduction. So you're there. I think you're really close. Those are the champions you want to mess around with. Cold Heart, Armiger, Hatatsu, Artak, Mordecai, Maneater, and Scylla the Drakes. That's somewhere in that, and your Haikatoon, obviously. Somewhere in that mix. If you can get this Haikatoon's accuracy to 225, that means she becomes much more powerful as a turn meter control and slow champion. If you're just going to use her for speed, which is fine, by the way, I'm not saying that you have to use that, then you want to think about some other champion coming in to add that slow. But again, Scylla the Drakes does that for you. And I think it's also going to work in Fire Knight. I think you're there. I think you're this close. You're maybe a week away. Do you have any questions? Yeah, Maneater could be really good. Maneater could be really good for you. Obviously, you're going to speed tune him. And when you speed tune him, he's probably going to be one of your fastest champions. Maneaters, for most of the tunes, are running somewhere between like 215 and 255. I think for most of the speed tunes that are out there. So you're going to run him fast enough to get the block debuffs buff up. And then he's like a second Cold Heart. He's got 100% turn meter steal. Now, the thing about Maneater's turn meter reduction is he's not weak affinity. He's always going to land it unless he gets 3% resisted or you don't have the accuracy, right? And you don't need him to have accuracy when you build him for clan boss, because you don't care about him landing his A1 decrease attack. You don't care about him fully depleting the turn meter of the clan boss because he doesn't do it. Literally, all you need for Maneater for the clan boss is this speed at the right speed for the unkillable. But when you're building him and you're trying to reach that speed, if you could simultaneously get 225 accuracy on him, then do it. Because that will get you... He's a carry everywhere. He's such a good carry in so many places. You're going to use him in Doom Tower against bosses. You're going to use him against wave content because of his decreased AoE. You're going to use him for that block debuffs buff, which you don't have in a lot of places on your roster. And he's Void Affinity. He also hits decently hard. He's going to do some good damage for you. So, like, this is an all-around real MVP as well. You're even going to have a blessing on him. You'll probably end up putting Phantom Touch on him, I'm assuming, but maybe something else. So this is another champion. Like, rather than bringing in that second Cold Heart, you could bring in this guy. His cooldown on the A2 is 3 turns instead of 4 turns. It's actually faster. It's actually faster than Cold Heart. Cold Heart's is 4 turns, I think. His Unkillable's on a 5-turn cooldown. But so he actually gives you even better turn meter depletion than Cold Heart does. Now, his turn meter depletion isn't that massive nuke that hers is. Hers is, her Heartseeker hits super hard. But as you go up above stage 20, the max HP hit becomes less valuable. So you could potentially use him in place of your Cold Heart. He's Void Affinity, so no weak hits. He gets his cooldown back faster, better turn meter control. So potentially he could be a better Spider Knight solution for you than Cold Heart even. Yeah, I love Maneater. I love Maneater. So Scylla the Drakes, maybe comes in. Maneater maybe comes in. Again, if you're going to run Armiger, that's fine. Run him fast, like 200 speed. Everybody's got to be faster. Everybody's got to be faster. You're not super far off on a lot of these champions. 170 is not awful. High Katoon is certainly viable at 251. Duke the Pierce is doing well at 183, but you want to keep pushing those speeds. Oh, yeah, that's an interesting call on this guy. I mean, my feeling is he has a great kit, but I'll give you a couple of reasons why you maybe want to stay away from him. Legendary books are going to be a problem. He doesn't, like his 15% chance here on the A1 is necessary, like to make this really viable. This doesn't need to be booked, although it's a damage dealing hit, and potentially, I don't know if he's a good arena nuker. If he hits hard enough, he might be a good arena nuker. And then the weaken with the turn meter steal is really nice. And on this one, you don't need really it to be booked. The cooldown reduction would be nice. It'd be a 4-turn turn meter steal. But honestly, when I was first looking at him, I wasn't thinking about Maneater. Because you have Maneater, I would probably go Maneater before I went Grohawk. Grohawk is more of a Fire Knight guy, and Maneater is more of a Spider Boss guy. Maneater's not particularly good against Fire Knight. He's not bad. I'm not saying he's bad. He's good because he has that steal, so he can give you another turn meter reducer. But he's only got a single hit on his A1. So if you're going for turn meter control and he gets you there and you have enough hits from everybody else, then potentially Maneater can work there. If not, Grohawk could work there, potentially unbooked. I don't know. But he's so expensive to invest in. And I think the better investment is Scylla of the Drakes. So, she should be 6-starred. She should be booked. You absolutely want her booked. Everything about her gets better when she's booked. Right? Her cooldown reduction on her revive gets better. Her chance of landing her stun gets better. Her chance of landing her slow is better. So everything about her is better when booked, except for her passive, which is you just need to ascend her for. So yeah, I would focus here. I wouldn't worry too much about Grohawk. In fact, I'll put him back in the vault for you. He doesn't look like a bad champion, and maybe down the line you bring him out. But I think you can solve your Fire Knight and your Spider without him. I think Scylla the Drakes and Maneater are going to probably be enough for all of the dungeons for you. Maneater works well in Dragon, by the way. That decreased attack is great in Dragon. I really like Hitatsu, and I would like to see him work as well. And he's fast enough. He's, 196. He's about fast enough. He's still got some levels on his gear. If you could potentially get him out of these two pieces, and get him a little bit tankier, because this is HP and this is crit rate. But if you could get him like defense and HP or something like that in a set that's going to add some value, like speed or perception or defense or resilience or immortal or retaliation, any of those sets, you could hold on to the stalwart, because the stalwart, it looks good, and then glyph him out, and he's going to be in a really nice place for you. I don't know if you're using him in your clan boss team. If you're going unkillable, you're probably not. But he can be great for wave content. Right now, he's not enough, but you use him in conjunction with Scylla the Drakes. That's a very tanky team. You use him in conjunction with Duke the Pierced or Taragi the Frog. You create a lot of tankiness. Or even with Jareg, you can create a lot of tankiness, because that increased defense and continuous heal helps any ally protect champion stay alive, because it reduces the incoming damage and then helps them sustain. So you can definitely use him in conjunction with some of these other tanky champions that you have, to really create a good tanky squad. Yeah. All right. I want to do one more, son. So I think we're going to be done here for now. Sorry, I did pull the shield off of Suiren here. Suiren? I don't know how to pronounce her name. Suiren, I think. But yeah, you'll be able to replace that. But all right, son, why don't we clear the wheel and get it fired up again?
All right, you've got it.
Yeah, and she's good as a decreased defense in arena. I mean, you may as well have something extra there. But I'm glad that was helpful. Yeah.
All right, it is reset.
All right, so go ahead and react to the Wheel of Takeover if you are interested in a takeover. This is going to be our last for the day. But that one was a little bit more successful than the previous one. I still feel bad about that Clan Boss speed tune. I mean, it's there. It's right there. It's just that 20 speed that I wasn't expecting. That was threw me off.
I made the same mistake. I would not have expected that.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, I do like I do like dungeon rebuilds and stuff. I mean, one of the things that can happen sometimes is that you get stuck in a situation like we just did, where it's like there's silver available, but there isn't the right gear to level it up, or there isn't, the champion is there, but it's still 5 stars, and you're like, oh, it's right there. So I'll say this, and this is true for everybody out there. Scylla of the Drakes is a awesome dungeon solution across the board. She works in all 4 dungeons. She helps you handle the waves. She helps sustain your team. Her revive works sometimes. The slow and the turn meter decrease on the A1 are awesome. So once you get Scylla of the Drakes, I don't really care who else is out there on your roster. If you are struggling with getting, to dungeon 20s or getting past dungeon 20s, she's the champion that you want to build. If you're having trouble in Doom Tower waves, she's the champion you want to build. If you're having trouble with Doom Tower bosses, she's the champion you want to build. She is not a clan boss solution really at all. So if you're working for clan boss, you don't have to necessarily build her right away. But she helps you everywhere else. I mean, she's even good in places like Iron Twins. You can use her there. She has a slow. Getting a slow on the Iron Twins is incredibly important. So, Scylla of the Drakes, like once you pull her at 180 days, there are very few scenarios I can envision where she shouldn't become at least one of your top 2 priorities. Like I can't imagine, unless you're like in the midst of a complete clan boss rebuild or something, she should be up there. And you need to get her ascended, because at 3-star ascension, she gives you the heal, the passive heal. Without that, she's still good probably, but she's not complete. So do that. All right. Did we pull?
We did.
How'd we
Our
do?
winner is Pajama Ninja.
Pajama Ninja. I like that name. I'm now debating whether I like Pajama Ninja or Ninja Pajamas better. Right, like they're both kind of good. Pajama Ninja and Ninja Pajamas.
Dig it.
Liv says, "Ugh, a big ass spider just went into my laptop vent and hasn't come out." Yeah. Don't take your laptop to bed tonight. Don't take your laptop to bed tonight. Problem is, it takes a huge time to book her out as a free-to-play player, says Peckham. If you're talking about Syl, yeah, but it's worth it. It's worth it. I got her and I got Arbiter within like 10 days of each other, maybe less. And I had a real debate on my hands because I only had like 4 books, you know? I was like, who should I start booking first? And so I let Arbiter stay at 50. And I just built her very fast. I was like, she does her job without books at 50. I couldn't get her as fast as possible because I couldn't get a banner on her, but she was fast enough that she helped my arena team. And then I put everything into Syl. And it still probably took me another month to book Syl out fully. But man, she just moved my account. I mean, my account took off. The day I got her to 6 stars was like, it was like I had a new account all of a sudden. I mean, it just changed the entire game for me. And that's basically been true on every account that I've ever gotten past 180 days. I've never had a Syl hit my roster and not transform my account. She's just so good. And the thing about her, I think that is maybe a little bit misleading when you haven't played with her before, is she doesn't look overwhelming in any way. There's nothing she does where you're like, oh, that's awesome. Her AoE stun is not 100%, so who cares? You know, it's like her slow doesn't seem to have a huge chance to land. It's only 15% turn meter decrease. Is that really that powerful? You know, and if you look at any one of her skills, you're like, it's all good, but there's nothing phenomenal there. One target revive on a relatively long cooldown. You know, it's like, has an ally protect, but who cares? It's not like a great turn meter or HP fill. You're like, is she really that good? Yeah. She's really that good. Because when you put it all together, it's crazy powerful. And if any one of those skills was like a god tier skill, she would break everything. You know, she would just be too OP. She's crazy good. She's crazy good. So book her out as slowly as you have to, but book her out, you know? All right, I am waiting for information from Pajama Ninja.
Yep, I'm reaching out.
Yep. Mitty says, that laptop is dead. It's got a spider in it. You may as well throw it in the trash. How do you manage the books? All right. Well, I'll show you. Okay, so this is my new versus pro account. I'll go in here to the tavern and I'll show you. I've got 16 legendary tomes. Now, I've got 4 legendary champs. None of them have books in them. Right? So one thing is, especially early in the game, I prioritize legendary champions that are going to move my account like massively. None of these legendary champs will move my account massively with books, right? Sun Wukong does his job for me at 50. He'll do a better job when I get him to 60, and he would do a better job with books. But the difference between him at 50 unbooked and him at 60 booked is not enough to massively move my account. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he would massively move my arena. I don't think so. Creela could help, but it's not a massive change. Raka could help, but not a massive change. Most of these champions, unbooked and booked, like they all get better when they're booked, but the change isn't enough, right? Like the amount of improvement that I'm going to get out of that champion isn't enough. So I just haven't spent the books. I have not spent a single book in 90 days. I've just held on to all of them. So that's one thing, right? Now, if I had a particular legend, if I had pulled a bad Alcazar, I would have spent the books. You know, if I pulled a Trunda, I would have spent the books. I'm not saying you can't spend legendary books. I'm just saying for me, part of the calculation is how much value I get out of this champion unbooked, and then how much can I get out of them booked, which is why I didn't book Arbiter right away, because she does 80% of her job or 90% of her job without books, right? Get her to 6 stars, get her fast. If you're going on a go first arena team, she needs to use one skill. She uses her turn meter fill and increase attack. And that's all you need her for. The books don't get you more speed. So who cares what the cooldown is if you're only using it once, right? And who cares about her other skills if you're nuking out the enemy team? So our Arbiter is possible to use completely unbooked. Now, I did eventually book her. Of course I did, because she's powerful in more than just arena. And you do want those books for other places. But I didn't need to book her out. And you don't need to book out your Arbiter if you're just using her in arena, and that's the primary purpose for her. So that's the other thing. You look for champions to level that are going to improve your account that don't require legendary tomes. So let me look at my epics. Like, who are my epics that are strong? You know, like, could I bring up Rearguard Sergeant? Could I bring up, Doom Priest? And then I start to think about the books that I need to put into those champions. Like, Doom Priest is great without books. So I can level her to 6 stars and not book her. And that allows me to do the same thing with epic tomes that I was just doing with legendary tomes. I'm just holding them for a champion that gets really powerful when you book them out. Now, there's a flip side to it, right? Which is there are champions who are not very strong without their books, or who are not nearly as strong as they need to be. Deacon Armstrong absolutely has to have his books. You need this to have a 100% chance of landing the decreased defense. 80% is not good enough. And you need this skill to, first of all, get the extra turn, so you need to ascend him. But you need this skill coming around as often as possible for him to be as powerful as he can be. So Deacon's books, even though there are a lot of them, are of utmost priority. He's an incredibly powerful champ who gets significantly stronger when you book him, right? Who doesn't get super strong when they book him? Well, then I don't need the champion. I don't need to use that books on that champion. So going from a 50% or 70% debuff rate to 100%, that's really important. And then Scylla Drakes is super important. And the other thing that you always need to do is make sure you're doing your advanced quest every single day. Every single advanced quest that you can get, every 25 days, you can get a legendary skill tome. And that might not seem like a lot, but by the time you get to Scylla the Drakes, you've been playing 180 days. That is 7 skill tomes. You could have 7 legendary skill tomes by the time you hit her just from this track. So make sure you're always doing that. And then, champion chases or whatever you can do to get the legendary skill tomes in other places. You do. All right. Let's see. I've got the info here. Pajama Ninja. Let's go ahead and... So I hope that answered your question. I hope that helped you out.
Yeah, I'm talking to him right now. He's thinking about potentially letting this one pass because he spent all his silver. If I was like, he can still take a look, but it's up to him, We'll see.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll take a quick look, and if I don't think I can help you without silver, we'll pass on it today, and we'll get you into a different one. Why don't you tell me what you're interested in doing? All right, level 82. We've got 3 million silver. So 3 million might be enough to do something. Got a lot of red dots, man. Got a lot of red dots. All right. I gotta just clear some of these red dots. They're gonna drive me nuts. That's Brute. You can grab Brute. Altar of Souls. There's an Emic Chunk Heart soul there, by the way, in case you have Emic. Let's see, do you have Emic? You have Ninja. This is an older account, huh? Even though it's, level 82. Let's see how many days in you are. Oh, wow. You're going for Lady Erish here, so you've been playing a long time. Mithrala, you've got Mithrala. Got a Kymar, that's very nice. Got 2 Kymars, and you do have an Emic there. So if you wanted to buy a soul for an Emic, you've got one in the shop. You spent all your silver last night. Well, you didn't spend every last drop. We have some. You've got a Geomancer. Got Secret Near, Siri. You've got a Seer. You've got a Roshguard the Tower. It's a nice roster. It's a little bit underdeveloped for the amount of time in the game, but also you can tell from the level of the account that this is an account that maybe like you don't play 8 hours a day. Like, but that's fine. Everybody should play the way that they want. But I'm just saying, sometimes you see, see somebody at level 82 and they have, 50s, 60s. And you've got, fewer than that. You've got what looks like 26. But, the roster's solid. You definitely have some interesting champions there. You've also got some champions in the vault. You've got Vizix and Razin. You've got Tyrant Ixlamore. Like Macklemore, Tyrant Macklemore. And you've got a lot of other 60s. Okay, so you've got more 60s. Never mind. It's not as underdeveloped as I thought it was. You got Annabelle here. Yeah, you're fine. Okay. Never mind. I take all of that back. I mean, there's another, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 26, 27. Another 27 60s here. Okay. You're looking for some advice in which characters to look at for pushing some of your faction wars. All right, we can take a look at that. So you've got 60 in Ogrins and 60 in Orcs, 60 in Knights Revenant, 22 in Silver Watchers. Let's look at the Skinwalker's Crypt here. You are all the way up, but you are having trouble. Looks like 6-starring, but it looks like you did you're still leveling up some champions. Okay. So from a general standpoint for faction crypts, and this is true for pretty much everybody, you're always going to want at least one reviver at 50 or 60 in a faction. In every single faction, you're going to want at least one reviver at level 50 or level 60. So if you take a look at your roster, now you don't absolutely have to have a reviver. I'm not saying that you can't do it without a reviver, But if you're doing it without a reviver, if you're clearing all 63 stars without a reviver, you're doing it because you're very powerful and you have probably all 60s. And that's something that will happen in a few factions. Maybe you've got, just a ton of crowd control. You've got a ton of turn meter control. You have, a block debuff buff and a cleanse and heals and everything else. And you don't have a reviver, but you can do it anyway. That can happen. But the first thing that I always look for is a reviver in every faction. So we just go down here and we look for other effects, positive effects, and we want a revive. Okay. Let's go ahead and include the Master of All. All right. So these are your revivers right now. So High Elves, you're probably good. Barbarian, you're good. Here, Sacred Order, you're good. By the way, this includes like self-revives and passive revives and stuff like that. So Knights Revenant, you're fine. Ugo's kind of hard to use in the Ogre tribes, but she might be enough. Old Hermit Jorg is great. He should be good enough for you. Remember that if you're running a reviver at level 50, run them very tanky. You don't care about anything else. You can get him out of the Relentless set if you want. You can leave him in the Relentless set if you want, but you're going to want to max out his defense, get him a lot of HP, make him super, super tanky. It can be hard on some champions to do that at level 50. They just don't have the stats. But if you're running a reviver at level 50, usually you can get them tanky enough. Yeah, you're already fine with Sacred Order. Broadmaw is going to do Lizardman for you. Demon Spawn is covered here. Dure the Hunger, that's who I run. Yeah, Melga is good for dwarves. Kaden is good for dark elves. Kinagashi is absolutely critical for Shadowkin. She's really the only one that you can run in Shadowkin that works. And that's including legendaries, I think. So Kinagashi is important. So it looks like you have most of the factions covered. Like if we did this by faction. Elves, 1, 2, 3. Who are we missing up top? Banner Lords. You're missing a Banner Lord reviver, but you don't have one, so whatever. But in terms of building, you might want to build. No, you're good for the Sacred Order. Okay, and you're good for Barbarians. Now let's look at Ogrins. So you're good there. Yeah. So there's Orcs. So you need a Skinwalker. Demon, Dark Elves. You need an Undead. And then you've got Dwarves and Shadowkin, so you need a Sylvan Watcher. So, keep an eye out for those champions. Doesn't matter if they're epics or rares even. I mean, if you're looking at Sylvan Watchers, sorry, I'm just looking. Yeah, so if you're looking at Sylvan Watchers, like, you can always bring up a rare like Tree Shield Knot, who gives you 2 revives, right? 2 random revives from the rare rarity, gives you an ally speed and faction crypts aura by 15%. You pull a Tree Shield Knot, you build him to 5 stars, you make him super tanky, and then you make him your cheap reviver. If you move past him, if you get to the point where it's like, oh, do I really want a 6-star him? And you don't, which is fine, by the way, you don't have to. You can say, well, I've got all of these epics, I've got all of these legendaries, and they can fill in the gaps, right? Because obviously in this faction, there are a ton of revivers. This is only the one that you can get at the rare rarity. But it's like, if you need a reviver, right? You're like, okay, is Wyron in? Yeah, Wyronin is, a reviver. I actually think Tree Shield Knot's revive is better than Wyronin, but she kind of has an overall better kit that might be what you need if you don't need his kit. And then obviously up here, you've got several revivers, including Elva. So it's like you've got, options. So you want to look out for that. Now, in addition to revivers, you can also look for a couple of other things. One is a block debuffs. These champions can be good. Again, they're typically support champions, and you can think about leveling them to 50. If they provide additional utility besides just the block debuffs, that's good. In a lot of cases, you want to treat them kind of like a cleanser. If they don't have a cleanse, if they do have a cleanse, that's awesome. But treat them like a cleanser in that they should be built in high resist for faction crypts. Remember that this is the champion that's going to save you against the bosses. There are a lot of bosses that have buffs out there like fears and stuns that lock your team up, and they go fast enough that they just mess up your whole rotation. So having a champion like this that can potentially resist boss debuffs and then help the team resist it, you might want to make them fast, you make them tanky. So any of these champions can be good champions to build for faction crypts. If they bring additional utility, that's great. Again, most of these you can get away with at level 50. And I would say, the most important thing is tankiness and speed. You don't need accuracy on a champion that doesn't bring debuffs. If they do bring debuffs, great. But don't get caught up accidentally putting accuracy or perception gear or something on a champion that doesn't need it. All right. Now, for any faction, the champions that you can get away with running at 50 all the way up, all the way to the end, have to be tanky. So, if we're looking at, let's see, what was the faction, a faction that we were struggling in? Undead, Sylvan Watchers, and Shadowkin. Undead, Sylvan Watchers, and Shadowkin. Okay. All right, so here we're looking, these are all the champions. Okay. So one of the things about the champions that you're running up is damage dealers are awful at level 50. Attack-based damage dealers are awful at level 50. Even defensive-based damage dealers tend to be awful at level 50. So you need your damage dealers to be 6 stars. Now, there's an exception to that, or maybe there are 2 exceptions to that. The first exception is anybody who's using an AoE A1 in a stun set. So if you have a champion who has an AoE A1 and they're a damage dealer, but you just put them in a stun set because that's what you need to help control waves or whatever, you don't really have one here that I'm looking at. I think the closest would be Wuji, right? Because she has, she targets all enemies instead when counterattacking with the skill. So potentially, but again, not a great option as a 5-star. So if you're looking for a damage solution and you've got Wuji at 40 and you're like, well, maybe she's good for faction crypts. What you have to realize is you need to take her to 60 to be good for faction crypts. And damage is not as critical in faction crypts as it may be in other places. You don't lose keys when you fail, right? You can go pure tank, take 10 minutes to clear level 21, and then put in a more damagey team that'll clear it faster, but only get 1 star, right? You only need to get 3 stars one time. Or you could potentially farm, stage 20 as opposed to stage 21. So, here, Mr. Rider Dathi, great damage dealing champion, really cool kit, gets an extra turn here. It's got a chance of removing buffs, by the way, buff strips. That's useful in faction crypts. AoE, great. Decreased defense AoE, extra turn, all good. Increase attack, increase accuracy, extra turns. This guy hits hard, really good. He's an epic, so he's relatively cheap to build. But if you're not building him to 60, then he's not going to hit that hard. If you're just using him as a debuffer for the decreased defense, okay, you could do that. You could bring him in as a debuffer. Then, recognize he's probably going to die, and that's where the reviver comes in, right? And it's tricky against the boss, because if the boss kills him and then you kill the boss and you don't revive him, then you're messed up, Build her. She's God tier. Absolute God tier for faction wars.
but also just god tier for the game. Like this is one of the best epics out there. She's just so good. She's so good. She's crazy good. So you could definitely build White Dryad Naya. So the second type of damage dealer that maybe you don't have to take to 60. The first is the one that you can put in a stun set and just turn that into a spam crowd control kind of thing. The other would be a poisoner. You can run a poisoner at 50 and they can help you kill bosses. And if they're like debuff or whatever, and especially like Ornn, right? Ornn is really tanky. Whenever a poison debuff is activated on an enemy, increases his HP and defense by 5%, stacks up to 25%, resets each round. So what that means is every time a poison goes off, he gets tankier. And he's already tanky because he's a poisoner. And you can see how low his attack is and how much higher his defense is. And this will stay true even as you level him up to 5 stars and 6 stars. So you don't have to level him up to 6 stars if you're not going to use him in like clan boss or dungeons. If you just need somebody to be a tanky damage dealer to handle the bosses, you can run a pure tank squad. You don't have to run Dathi. You don't have to run Pathfinder Kate. These are attack-based champions who, unless they're 6 stars, are not going to be able to take you all the way to the final boss. You get White Dryad Naiad to 6 stars. You get Myceliac Priest Ornn to 5 stars. And those two champions will do most of the work that you need on any boss. You've got a slow, you've got a cleanse, you've got a heal, you've got cooldown reductions, you've got an ally protection, and a strengthen. And then you've got a tanky damage dealer who heals himself, who puts out poison and poison sensitivity, who gets tankier as he goes, and who has a lot of tanky stats. Those two champions will do everything you need on the bosses. Bring in Tree Shield Knot as your reviver, make him tanky, maybe put him in regeneration, and that's all you need. Like, you'll get through those bosses. So you don't need any attack-based damage dealers. Now, that doesn't mean you can't bring them, but if you do, level 60, 6 star. Okay. Okay, so let's look at Undead here. Seeker is awesome. Dark Elhain is good, and she's 60, and she's an attack-based damage dealer, so she's going to do work for you. Mausoleum Mage, great. Mausoleum Mage gives you some stuff you need. He gives you an increased defense, increased crit rate. He gives you cleanse. All good. Elegias is a little bit tricky. He's a little bit tricky. He can be really good because he has a lockout. So, where is it? Here. Puts a target skill on cooldown, also places a block buffs debuff for 2 turns. So he puts all of the target skills on cooldown. But then simultaneously, if there are any duplicates of that target champion in the round, or in the round, he will likewise do the same to them. So he will be a key to getting you through those top floors where you have like the triple Valkyries and stuff like that, which are ridiculous because he can lock them all out simultaneously. So 1, 2, 3, 4, but no reviver. And you don't have one, I don't think. Solota is not a reviver, right? Yeah. So you're looking for a reviver in that faction, and then who you've already got is fine. I wouldn't build up Balthus, probably. You know, because you don't really need, I mean, unless you're using him for something else. Like, yeah, if you run Husk, you can run a Husk. Like, if you have a 6-star Husk for Hydra or something, you can run him. And maybe you can get through without a reviver. But support should be tanky. This support should be tanky. Seeker's obviously Seeker, so you're running him however he is. And now because you have an attack-based damage dealer, you need a reviver. Because she will die. She will die at some point. Unless you are completely turn meter controlling the boss or crowd controlling the boss or something, which you can't do to some of the bosses, and I don't remember which one is the Undead's top boss, but it's, you know, chances are she's going to die at some point, so a reviver is going to get you the 3 stars. So even if you can farm, and this is the thing, I mean, we've seen this actually in your faction crypts. You have several crypts where you've gone all the way to 21. You're here at 21. You can farm 21. It takes you 20 minutes. I get that, right? Like it's frustrating. It takes you 20 minutes, but you can't 3-star it. And the reason you can't 3-star it probably is because somebody dies and you don't have a reviver, and it's really hard to keep them alive. So like you could potentially go full tank and just go indestructible and never die. But chances are somebody's dying. And so that reviver just becomes critical to getting all your stars. By the way, there's a star down here you need to get at stage 2. I was wondering where that extra star was. I was like, this is only 6. This is 6 stars, but you're missing 7. So, yeah, I mean, in terms of your, your particular champions, what are some really, really good faction wars champions that you could get? I generally focus on champions that are going to give me value in more than one place, or I think about who I can take to 50. And 50s are never damage dealers. So can I get a good debuffer? Can I get a cleanser? Can I get a reviver? Can I get a block debuff buff? Can I get a really good healer? You can run somebody like Rector Drath at 50. That can often work, right? So she's a reviver and a healer, and she's got perfect veil and a decreased attack. Really good kit. And you could build her super tanky and keep her at level 50 if you're not running her for something else. She's definitely worth a 6-star, but you don't have to run her at 6. And I didn't for a long time. In fact, I think my Rector Drath on my main may still be at 50. Champions that I stay away from aren't that many. But if I can't use them somewhere else, they have to be perfect for faction crypts. And you are getting to that stage. You're getting to that stage where you're looking for perfect faction crypt champions. You're 100 stars away from your Lydia. So maybe with the exception of Sylvan Watchers, right? Where you don't have enough yet. You don't have enough Sylvan Watchers to build a full team out. You're probably just looking for perfect faction crypt champion. So like in Orcs, in Ogrins, in Knights Revenant, where you're sitting at 60, you need a champion to get you over the top. Now in Knights Revenant, you already have your reviver. So that's not it, right? That hasn't been the sticking point. So like if we know we didn't look at like something you were really strong in, but let's look at Knights Revenant. So here you're at 60. 60 star. So if I'm assuming you're just running your level 60s, you're running Sinesha, Skull Crown, Rector Drath, Coffin Smasher, and Miscreated Monster. So if I think about what you're lacking here, or what could get you in trouble, my guess would be CCs could get you in trouble. You have a reviver. You have a second healer. You have shields. You have ally protect. You have AoE stuns. You have tons of AoE damage. So, what could happen maybe is like Sinesha and Skullcrown are both dying, and then Rector Drath gets stuck in a cycle where she can only bring one back over and over again. And so you end up winning with 4 champions as opposed to 5. So you could potentially, even though they work really well together, you could potentially pull one of them out of the team and say if you could run a tanky renegade at 6 stars, or, here you don't have anybody else at 6 stars. So you don't really have a lot of options. But if you were going to take, I wouldn't even deal with Caius. This is the champion I'd think about bringing up, because you can run her to 50 and you can make her really tanky at 50. She's better with books, and it takes a few books. Like, this is not you don't have to book everything. You really want this book. If you can get this down to a 4-turn cooldown, you don't really need the A1s fully booked. It's okay. 40% chance is fine. This is a little bit better when it's fully booked. And it gives you allied defense in all battles, which is maybe nice because I think right now are you running the resistance as your aura? Oh no, you might be running the HP here as your aura. Maybe pull Coffin Smasher. Hard to say. I mean, you're close. The other thing you can do is just manual the fights, make sure you're doing what you need to do to get through the fights. Is Miscreated Monster fully booked? He is. Does he have enough accuracy? He might be a little low on accuracy. For the top of the faction crypts, you might need a little bit more accuracy. So that could potentially help. Maybe you can glyph him another 20 accuracy, or you can change a banner or something, or get a 6-star banner. And that might be enough. To land those stuns a little bit more reliably. The other thing is, if you're really close, consider, like, you have a level 12 helmet and a level 12 shield. That's HP and defense. That synergizes really well with his kit. He needs to be tanky. Are you doing the same thing on anybody else? Do you have a way you can swap the sets and maybe get more out of this champion? Thing you could consider here for Sinesha is she more valuable as a support, or is she more valuable as a damage dealer? She's running very slow, so it could be just speeding her up, getting her out of attack percentage boots, getting her into speed boots, get her from 135 up to, say, 180 or 200. And then all of a sudden, you're lapping the enemy, right? If you get 2 turns for every 1 turn the enemy gets, then you're also doing more damage. So you don't necessarily need her in attack percentage chest piece and in attack percentage boots. She's a support. Now, if you're using her in a blender comp in arena, then ignore me. Then go ahead, go pure damage. Because then you don't care about her speed. And maybe that's what's happening. Maybe these two are running really slow because you're running them in an arena blender comp. Is that true? Is that what you're doing? Yes, you're running an arena blender comp. Okay, so then these 2 damage dealers aren't doing their job in faction crypts. This is great, by the way. Don't change this. Don't change this for faction crypts. I'm not telling you to do that. If you can find a way to change it and make it still work for you, great. But you're in gold 5 and you want to stay in gold 5. So if a blender comp is what keeps you there in gold 5 nice and easy, then run it. And then you don't have to worry about it. So then what I would do is I would probably say, can I bring somebody else in to do so? Like, these 2 champions are probably going to die. They're super squishy. And the passive, like the duo passive where Skullcrown gets a free revive when Sinesh is on the team, isn't enough. Right? It's not enough. It's not giving you enough. So you might want to say, let's bring in Sepulchre Sentinel, run her up to 5 stars, pull out Skullcrown, or pull out Sinesha. Pull out one of these 2. Whichever is the tankier of the 2, which it looks like it's Sinesha, right? Because she's got better base defense and she's got more HP. So potentially pull Skullcrown out. Now, Skullcrown brings you an AoE weaken, but you're not running the accuracy for it to matter. So who cares? She's probably hitting harder, but your problem isn't that you don't hit hard enough. Actually, Sinesha hits really hard. She's got 280% crit damage. She doesn't have 100% crit rate, but yeah, I would probably hold on to Sinesha because she's got better support. And then I would pull in like Sepulchre Sentinel and go tankier. And now you only have one squishy champion who's going to die. And Rector Drath can keep up with your revives by reviving Sinesha over and over again. She's got all her books, I'm assuming. Yeah, so, the cooldown's only 4 turns. Sinesha will probably die twice in the boss fight. If that, maybe just once. And you go super tanky and just whittle the boss down over time. Because you're that close. That's all you need to do. These champions are great champions for faction crypts, and I run them both. I run them both in speed boots. I don't have them built for a blender comp. I run them at, I think my Skullcrown's at like 215, and Sinesha is probably like 195 or something like that. And she's pure tank. Sinesha is pure tank. She's all HP and whatever. I use her for the heal. I don't use her for damage. Actually, I run her at level 50. She's at level 50. Skullcrown's at level 60. And Skullcrown is in a stun set. And Sinesha is in a stun set. And so I have no trouble with my waves in Knights Revenant faction. Because I'm running the same champions completely differently. Because I don't need them in my blender comp. I'm not running them in arena. So this will happen too. Like, you have great champions for faction crypts, but you don't have them in a build for faction crypts. And that's all. That's it. You shouldn't feel bad about it. There's nothing wrong with what you're doing. You're doing everything right. But that just means you have to do an extra calculation when you get to the faction crypt. You have to say to yourself, I have these really powerful champions who do work in one place, but aren't going to do work here. So I need to swap at least one of them out. Maybe you swap out both of them. Maybe you run up Whisper. You get a different damage dealer who you can run fast and who can crush bosses. Because these are really wave content damage dealers, right? But Whisper is a boss killer. So if you're struggling with the boss, maybe you run up Whisper to 60, you run up Sepulchre Sentinel to 50, you go tanky with one damage dealer, and when Whisper dies, Rector Drath brings her back. So that's a way you could definitely work this. Yeah. Any questions? Was that enough for a faction crypt review there? Or would you like me to actually go into the faction crypts? I could go into the faction crypts. I'm kind of interested in this 20-minute time here, but I want to see this team a little bit. Who's this team? So Norog, I think, right? That's a guy I don't run. I've never owned Norog before. I don't know how good he is. Block active skills, block buffs, immune to stuns, freeze, and sleeps. That's huge for faction crypts. So he's going to be very helpful because he's going to be immune to everything that the bosses do, basically, except the HP exchange. Sun Wukong's awesome. So yeah, you're going to be fine there. Let's look at the skinwalkers. War Chief. Got to provoke, reflect. Defense increases by 15% for each dead ally, so he gets tankier as he goes, which doesn't help you 3-star. He's a level 50. You've got Snicktrack, who's a great tank. He's fully booked. You've got a Brimstone already. You got 2 Brimstones. You've got Cleopteryx for AoE damage. I mean, she's not booked, but who cares? She's going to hit hard enough to clear most of your waves. She might have some struggle against the boss. She might die against the boss. I mean, Lammerbur's not a bad support. Continuous heals. Revive on death. Speed aura in faction crypts, right? In all battles. You could potentially swap Lammerburr in for War Chief and maybe get more utility. Obviously, you can book out Lammerburr if you need to pretty cheaply. It's just rare tomes. Again, focus on building him tanky. And he might do better for you than War Chief. Because War Chief isn't bringing anything. He's tanky, so he doesn't die. And that's good. But Lammerburr is not exactly squishy. Lammerburr's not, is still got decent HP. So you're looking at, slight difference in HP. But again, probably, builds will account for some of that. And this helps keep everybody else alive with the continuous heals and the revive on death. So without a reviver, this may be your best option. And maybe that's why you ran him up. I don't know. But let's see. Let's go ahead and let's get faster. Let's just see what happened. All right, so one of the other things is the waves, right? Like focusing on counters, specific counters for the waves. So let's see what kind of trouble you have with the waves here. Now, Sinesha is not Sinesha, I'm sorry. Sathalia, thank you. Sathalia. Sathalia is a problem, right? Because she's a cleanser and a healer, and then so this wave can just be hard to get through if you don't have the damage. Sometimes, especially if you're just going for like one clear, you just need a 3-star one time and you don't care about the auto battle, you're better off just manualing or at least semi-manualing the fight, so you can be kind of where you're just like, all right, I want everybody to target, because remember, they're going to target based on affinity. They change their targets based on affinity, but you know tactically that there are certain champions that are more valuable than other champions. So just kill those champions first, you know, and that could potentially help as well. You can also change the skill order. Like, you know, if Wukong opens with his buff removal, that's not a good skill to open with against this wave because there are 3 cleansers, right? So they just cleanse the block buffs debuff, and then they just keep going. And then, you know, so you can do this kind of stuff. It's not great for auto battles, but if you're just trying to get your 3 stars, you know, you can come in here and do this kind of thing. And it'll speed it up a little bit, maybe increase your success chance. Again, the real fight is the boss fight. But if we can get through the waves a little bit more easily, and in some cases, like, you know, we were talking about those triple Valkyrie things and Undead Horde's faction crypt. The boss is a piece of cake. You just can't get to the boss because of the Valkyries. So in that case, you need a solution for the Valkyries. So what you have to decide is, you know, if you're building like one more champ, one more level 50, maybe, you know, I'm thinking about, should I take this champion to 60 or this champion to 60? And this champion is a really good faction solution for a particular problem. Then that can help you prioritize who you actually 6-star. Now this looks kind of tricky right now. We're not getting through this easily. Now, if Lammy dies, then we lose our 3 stars, and then that's bad. So it looks like he might. Like, we're not getting through it fast enough. We're having trouble getting through these Sithalia. Yeah, okay. Let's try it again. But I'm gonna manual the early part here. Let's get that decreased speed out first. That's good. Now, okay. See if we can kill one Sithalia. Who's the weakest one? This one over here is. Gotcha. Yeah, we might just not have enough here. So it might be a matter of damage to get through these Sithalias. I mean, if we can beat one, all we have to do is beat one. If we can defeat one, we don't have the accuracy on the Wukong, which is a little bit problematic. Yeah, so what I would probably just do is look at the builds here. So let's go back to the champions. All right, so we've got 100% crit rate. Crit damage is a little bit low here, not too bad. No ignored, well, a little bit of ignored defense here. Speed's okay at 193. So this champion's okay, but this is really your big nuker here. Wukong could also be a big nuke. Wukong is actually a bigger nuke. Okay, so Wukong is a bigger nuke, and has a lot of ignored defense. Decent build here. The only problem is the accuracy. You're not getting the buff strip, which you actually probably need. So potentially what you could do is you could trade away a tiny bit of attack here to get an accuracy banner. If you have one. Yeah. So, if, you could go that route. That might get you a little bit more accuracy. Again, you probably need... I mean, you could maybe get close and it would be enough. I don't know. But if you don't want to mess with Wukong, because Wukong, let's say, is an arena champion or something, then that tells you that you need to build more into the champions that do. Like this guy has... It doesn't have a buff strip. You could really use a buff strip. The block active skills would be helpful. If you could land that. And again, so this would require accuracy, and you don't have enough accuracy here. So, maybe consider bringing some accuracy into your kit. And getting more damage out of other champions as well. Because you're close. They're like sustaining, but you're getting them down pretty low. So if you can get a little bit more damage out of everybody, maybe just by maxing out, like this is a defensive percentage damage dealer. So the defense actually gives them damage in addition to, sustainability. So maybe a little bit more damage from this guy, a little bit more damage here, a little bit more damage here, and you've got it. Because all you have to do is get through that Sathalia, and then if you kill one of them, they can't sustain anymore. Because they need all three of them to keep them topped off. So, either the accuracy here, or if you don't want to mess with him, a little bit of damage on everybody, and you could potentially break through. Another thing you could do is forget Lamibur and bring in another damage dealer. Bring in Fane. Level Fane up to 5 stars, and then try to push through that way. The problem with Fane, of course, is she's an attack-based damage dealer. We don't typically like to run them at 5 stars, and you don't have a reviver. So I probably wouldn't do that. Unless you're going to run her to 6. I wouldn't run her to 5. But you could bring in another damage dealer, or you could bring in another, defensive-based damage dealer, somebody who's tanky. But again, this guy wasn't bringing a lot, I don't know if he got you through. Maybe the provokes are enough. But again, then you need the accuracy. Like this could potentially work. Maybe this guy is better even than Lamibur because he's got that chance to provoke. And if you can provoke one of the Sathalias, like in the right rotation, potentially you can prevent a cleanse at the right moment, burn down a Sathalia, and maybe that'd be enough. It's tricky. You'd have to manual that, and you'd have to keep track of all the cooldown. So, yeah. Muscled your way up in Knights Rev. Yeah, I think that Knight Rev team is really close, but I would highly recommend pulling probably Skull Crown out of there and getting somebody else in, who's not going to die, so that Rector Drath just has one revive target, and that should be enough. Undead Horde is a pain. Knights Rev is actually a pain too. Lizardmen were a pain for me. Demon Spawn was relatively easy. High Elf was easy. Sacred Order was easy. Bannerlord was pretty easy. Dwarf Crypt was weird because it was hard for a long time, and then I got one champion and I just finished it like easily. I was like stuck like at 12 or 13. I got one champion, all of a sudden I ran the whole table. Who's your... Yeah, I mean, you got a good team there. You got a reviver, so you're all set. One of the things that you can also work on is, like, you can see here, this is an 8.5 minute clear, and it's like you've got your 3 stars, so you don't care about the clear anymore. Now you care about the speed. Like, you don't care about getting the 3 stars. I mean, you could just do it faster. Sometimes you can't. Sometimes you just have to hit the faction crypt button and walk away from the phone or the computer for a half an hour. Like, that sometimes happens. But all right. Any other questions before I shut it down?
Working on your 3-key Ultra Nightmare. Looks good. That's a cool team. I like it. Yeah. Potentially, I don't know if this is speed tune. Let me see. Yeah, I'm not sure if this is speed tuned or not. But since this is a killable composition, you might consider pulling probably Ferric and the Fat out of this. Because the ally attack and the extra HP and poisons, but you don't need the decreased defense because you have that here. Right? You have that here. You decrease defense. You have the weaken. You have more than enough poisons, and then you have Geomancer. So the idea for this team, I think, would be survivability. Like the way you improve the performance here would probably be survivability. There aren't enough powerful A1s here to make the ally attack really strong. Hey, Sean, thanks. Thanks, buddy. That's awesome. I appreciate the tip. That was a nice big ding we got there. That was the first time I think we got an audible tip. Normally it just goes silently into the chat and I don't even notice that it happened. But all right. So yeah, I think potentially, you could look to improve this damage by extending the life of this team. You've got an ally protector, you've got a buff extender, you've got Geomancer who does the damage on reflect. So I don't know that the ally protect here is bringing that much. Plus, he even has this passive where he like spreads his damage. Like when he gets hit, he hurts other people. It's like an anti-ally protect. So if you could think about bringing in a 5th champion here who maybe gives you something like an increased defense or a strengthen. I was actually thinking about Morag Bronzelock. So she brings an ally attack. She still has an ally attack, right? It's only a 3 allies instead of 4 allies, or 2 allies instead of 4 allies. But she attacks. So it's really a 3-person attack because the Fat Man doesn't attack. So he sends his 4 allies, whereas this is 3 allies. She also brings a strengthen on a 3-turn cooldown. And so she hits decently hard. She's defensive based, which means she's not going to get nuked out that easily. She counterattacks when she's hit under a strengthen buff, so that's more attacks. So this would probably actually increase your damage and your survivability simultaneously, because that strengthen on a 3-turn cooldown means everybody gets, strengthen. That's going to keep your Snick Track alive for longer because he's the ally protector. It's going to keep everybody else alive longer as well. And then, the other option here is why not go with Mithrala, right? Mithrala is fully booked out. She's got a brimstone. She's got a strengthen. She's got a shield. She's got an increased defense and an increased attack. She's got a poison. Like potentially, the only reason to not bring her is if like it is a speed tune and she's too fast, or you want to run her faster than the speed tune would account for. So if you really wanted to improve this clan boss team, like from this team, right, I would highly recommend bringing in Mithrala because she's going to extend the life of your team. And remember, the reason to extend the life of your team for this specific team isn't just to get more turns to do damage by hitting, right? It's Geomancer. Every time Geomancer is hit, he reflects huge amounts of damage. So Geomancer is only really worth bringing into a team that can live a long time. And the longer he lives, the more damage he does. Right? Because the harder the boss hits, the more damage he reflects. Right? Because it's
It's that. Now, granted, the bigger part of it is the HP, so that's the bigger thing. But his damage actually increases the longer he lives. So, you know, consider just how to extend Geomancer's life. And I would say Mithrala is great because she brings everything you want: increased defense, shields, and strengthen. Plus, she actually gets poisons out there. And, you know, the other champion would be Morag Bronzelock, who still gives you those ally attacks, but gives you that strengthen and the counter attacks as well. So I would go with Mithrala since she's already built. Like, why bring Morag? You don't need her. I would definitely go with. But if you're speed tuning and Mithrala is too fast, then you could potentially bring in somebody like Morag. You also have a Roshguard the Tower, so you could potentially do that. By the way, you don't have to have a champion. Like, you don't have to have an unkillable speed tune to make a block damage champion worthwhile. Right? You don't have to do that. You can just prevent some damage some of the time, and that allows your healer, in this case, you know, Godseeker Aniri, and your ally protector, in this case, Nicktrack, to keep the team running better, because sometimes you block damage. You know, even if you block damage on one of the AoEs, imagine how much longer you could extend your life. Like, at that point, you have to get one shot, right? If you're not getting one shot, you're healing back up, and then they're not going to wear you down as easily. So you could also bring in Roshguard the Tower here in this spot. You know, especially if it's not speed tuned, that might just work to extend your life. So that's something to consider. All right, so I think that's going to be it for today. I want to say thank you to everybody who let me run their accounts today. And also, I want to say to anybody who's in the US, happy Thanksgiving. We will not be streaming on Thursday. This will be our last stream until Sunday. On Sunday, we'll be returning at our normal time, which I think is 11 a.m. on Sunday, 11 a.m. Eastern time. And then again, we'll do more takeovers next Tuesday. So, but we are trying to get to that 3 live stream per week, like, sweet spot. All right, son, we got anything else going on?
I think you've got it.
All right. Thanks so much for hanging out. Don't forget to like this video before you leave, and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and consider joining our Discord community. I assume you all have. I say that every Tuesday, but you are all in the Discord community, or else you wouldn't be able to try for takeovers. So, yeah, have a good holiday, and I will see you on the other side. And, you know, enjoy your day off if you're taking the day off. All right, everybody. See you later. Say goodbye, son.
Have a good one, everybody.